Welcome to the Aether Cosmology live stream for Flat Earth on Friday night. We are going to go ahead and join Shane St. Pierre's space with this crazy name. And yeah.
All right, we got.
You're not micing.
Or not micing, you mean?
Ooh, it's me on Discord.
Ah.
Shit. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. No, that's not it. Get rid of that.
All right, so yeah, I am not yet on stage here. Shane's getting his space set up. But we're just going to hang out. It's Friday night. I'm going to come on camera here in a second. Alan's on camera. And yeah. Looks like Stone's here. So here we go.
Well, that's better.
Let me go ahead and
back over here and we're good to go.
request them.
We got no music.
Maybe until things get going here, I'll pop a tune on.
Cool.
What? No, don't open a WAV file.
Shane's just a talking head.
Dude, a green screen and a green shirt. Didn't plan that.
Yo, what up, boys?
What up? What up?
Yo-ho.
Yo, what's going on, Stone?
Kiki some ass.
Nice. Got myself some Earl Grey tea.
Shout out to Earl Grey.
That nice.
I heard he was a flat earther.
Essence of bergamot.
Yo, Shane, while your mic's open, we can hear your fan constantly. So,
My mic open now? No, oh, it's like this way.
yeah, it's open on Twitter.
So what is the plan to enforce the rule tonight?
What's the rule?
Obviously, it's an open-ended question.
It's the first 4 words of the space.
Oh.
Well, in the invite, I was like, you can come even if you are a fuckwit. So
Oh,
I don't know if that's like
okay,
contradicting
gotcha.
It's paradoxical.
Like relativity, you can come or not come, be here or not, we'll never know. I can't tell.
Depends on your frame. Yeah.
It's close enough.
Oh man.
Are you guys? What kind of frame are you guys in tonight? Are you guys going to be in a motion frame? You're going to be in an inertial frame?
Ooh.
What reference frame are you rolling with?
Well, I'm going to be stationary, but I'm going to be in a very dense gravitational field, such that, time will be slowed down by orders of magnitude by compared to what you feel in your, puny reference frame on Earth, where you can't even detect if you're moving around the sun or not. So, anyway, like I was saying, I'll be stationary, but it'll feel like I'm moving really fast.
Yes.
Distinguishable.
I'm gonna go in the inverse frame where everything looks one way, but it's the exact opposite. That's my favorite.
Yes.
one, man.
Oh, it's all of them. Got it. Nice. All right, so let's get to...
So that's a lot of heavy math for those frames, you guys.
Yeah, dude,
You do?
there's a thing about math. It was stigmatized, so we stay away from it, and it turns out it's like the globe's worst nightmare. So.
I'm gonna go with the lab frame, an inertial lab frame, and I don't have to do the extra math, so I still get full credit. So
Totally. I'm going with
Joke's on
the
you.
absolute frame. That all frame is absolute. So there's no math at all. It's just is right there. Look at it.
see, Stone gets it.
That sounds smart. Yeah, I retract mine. I say what Stone said.
But your guys' frames sounded really cool. I'll give you that. They're pretty cool sounding frames.
My frames come with fictitious forces. Can I entice you into some of that?
Can they generate a magnetic field even though they're way above the Curie point?
Only if you close your eyes and imagine.
I might even be able to compute it a little bit.
So the world's best supercomputers can't simulate even 1 second of that magnetic moment, but your human imagination, the power of your mind, if you believe in it, you don't have to simulate that data. You can instantaneously know that it's the truth just by believing in it. So close your eyes real hard and think about that magnetic dynamo moment.
Think about when we start. I can't wait to start getting into heliophysics, which is about all their dynamos on all the different planets. I can't
Whoa,
wait
I
to
love
hear.
that. I love how we can't figure out how dynamic forces work here, but we're like, you know what's easier?
That's why I know it's gonna be some deep lore. Like you're getting into like what's the what is it what's the thing like if you've read all of the Hobbit books, after you've read all the Hobbit books and all of the like all of Tolkien's works, the very last thing you read is that starts with an S, right?
What a super nerd chain they used to launch. We backtrack?
Just like extra lore. It's like the deepest. That's the whole point, though. Is like the nerdiest possible thing you could find when you start getting into heliophysics. Like it's just like pure padding lore. There's no
so that
point.
was a little.
We're talking about helical currents, dynamos that are occurring with who knows what chemicals we're even going to be saying once we start getting into the gaseous giants, how they get their magnetic fields and what's swirling and what kind of frictitious forces are going, how we're reaching the magnetic Reynolds value above 1, even though the ohmic dissipation is totally incongruent with the theory. But
what was that? What's ohmic dissipation, real quick, please?
What's that?
Could you define ohmic precipitation so I could be smarter today? I don't know what
just
that
essentially,
is.
ohmic.
Real quick before we continue on, guys, if you want to come up and just share anything or talk about anything or ask questions or what have you, globe or flat Earth, just raise your hands and we'll get you a mic going. We'll start a list up. We all like lists and keeping track of things in order. Very nice. So we'll start with Run Boston Bear to kick us off, and then anyone else just throw up hands and request mics or whatever. This is,
Yo, I didn't know y'all were going to be on cam on YouTube. Y'all are looking great.
You got FOMO, huh? You want to be a part of it immediately?
Yeah, I was going to pick a frame even though I'm not a speaker tonight.
Please.
Mine would have to be stationary where water finds its level, because I got a distiller, like my first water distiller ever, and I've done 3 or 4 gallons, and it's been fun, and I even made kombucha, and so everything I've been doing has been just looking at level water, baby.
Very nice.
That's all I got. Have fun tonight.
Later, JT.
Mr. Mayor, thanks for your appearance as always. We'll see you on your mayoral run next week. Don't forget.
I'll be there.
Oh, who's running against you, JT?
Doesn't matter.
He's running unopposed in his first election. It looks very criminal, but just nobody wants. But it's all in the up and up or whatever.
Yeah, it looks. We fixed democracy. Don't worry about it.
Dude, you know what's crazy is when democracy gets out of order and you have to send in like a good bad guy to fix it. It's like the plot of every Jason Statham movie. I was just watching some Jason Statham movies last night. So sorry about that, guys. We all have to deal with that. I'm going to be making beekeeper memes now. So we are going to protect the hive or whatever. So, Jesus.
Dude, the only thing that can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. So that's how it works.
Dude, or Jason Statham without a gun. Like
that's
he doesn't need one.
Just throw him in there like a mini-me, like a Chucky, like a weapon, and it comes out on top.
Yeah. So what's up, Orwellian? Nicolas Cage. Yo, Nicolas Cage, that was I have to go back and listen to that satellite space, but did any flat earthers come up and talk about those, or was it mostly globbers or globularist or what?
No, actually, couldn't get any of them globies in there, man. They didn't want to talk about it.
They didn't want to talk about satellites, bro? What?
That's what I thought that was pretty good chum in the water there. They weren't biting. But no, man, when you came in there and you said that, I was like, man, why isn't the sun's gravitational pull affecting these things too? You blew my mind, bro.
Yeah, well, the effects would be super slight because of the inverse relationship of their gravitational potential. But needless to say, the light that or the electromagnetic propagation that's going on in that gravitational field should definitely be retarded when it's reaching its minimum and maximum dimensions away from that field. Otherwise, there's no gravitational density field to bargain with, and they're just making it all up. But so yeah, I think that was a great little, what would you call it, like refutation to the causal mechanism of what they're correcting for, right? Because if it was that, they'd have to be accounting for the gravitational potential of the sun and the min-max differences in relation to where that satellite is and with respect to the Earth. So,
and that's not what they do. They use supposed to be all the time unanimously and ubiquitously. So what does that tell you?
Dude, did somebody understand that?
Nah, he's talking about what I said. So the oscillation rate of the satellites, let's say, has to be maintained at 300,000 times a second. So if the sun has a gravitational field and it's exerting its gravitational field, well, it's like a density, it's like a gradient, right? Like where it's going to be stronger closest to it and least strongest furthest away. So if there's satellites that are orbiting the Earth, they're going to be closest to the sun and furthest from the sun at certain times, noon and midnight. So there should be more retardation in their frequency when they're closer to the sun and less when they get further away. And that should have to be accounted for, based on the time of day and where they're at. And they don't have to fix that at all. And Shane, we can hear you type in, broski.
What?
Understood that. That's what you said. Understood.
Sorry, dude. Like my mute button on my mic doesn't mute my mic anymore. Is that what you're telling me? When it's red, you can hear me. That's very alarming, dude.
Yeah. It's like we can hear the fan in the background, like at a low hum. Though, there we go. Thank God. Oh, sorry about that, boys. Okay. God, it's back. Okay, I'm sorry. I had PTSD.
Hold on. Is this my phone? My phone has a mic. Hold on. Different problem, dude. This has got to be. I turned it off specifically, and when I started the space, it's like, oh, I see a problem. I'm gonna auto fix it for you. I'm gonna put your mic back on. Fucking Twitter. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Because how many retards are you allowed to get away with when talking about retarding time? You haven't been canceled yet, and you're still a bit.
So when you're retarding wavelengths and stuff in physics, dude, you have unlimited retards. You have an RPass, they call it.
Oh my God, I fucking love it.
I don't know about that.
You know what's funny? I want to see these guys go to shop at the special relativity bargain bin when they're coming up with their their bag full of dark matter and placeholders.
Okay, is that better, dude? Can you hear things going crazy in my house or what?
We hear your cat.
There's still a low background. There's a cosmic microwave background hum.
Is it different than before?
No, it's worse.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, can you bring that
it's the same.
down a little bit?
Is it this motherfucker on the phone, you think?
Yeah. So like take your phone and put it in a different room.
You can hear me now. All right, so it's still my phone. All right.
Yeah.
So that's the R value affecting you, and then the special relativity bargain bin is definitely jacking you up, buddy.
I think it could be refraction.
Well, you would need a medium, which they conveniently acknowledge and then deny when it's convenient, kind of like the placeholders. So, no, I don't know if it's refraction because we can't apply that medium to his situation because it's not convenient.
Dude, speaking of mediums, Orwellian, did you know, have you heard of the term quantum vacuum?
No, but I have heard of quantum foam. So do you want to hear my take on quantum foam? I think that quantum foam kind of reminds me of something that might have been shot in some gay dude's basement during Pride Month, and it was like the end result of I don't know, like a surprise, right? So quantum vacuum is probably closely related to the filming of quantum foam. They make it up, but now I'm going to shut up, man. I'd like to hear your take on that because, it's all retarded and fake and gay.
Well, you're not entirely wrong. So check this out, dude. You know how there's no ether, right? There's definitely no ether, right? But in the vacuum, there's a polarizable field That's definitely not, dude. When I found out that that's what they were calling vacuum energy, dude, how crazy is that, dog? They're like, no, there's just like this polarizable field that's in a vacuum, but like it's not ether, it's just abstract mathematics where virtual particles exist. It was one of the most telling things I'd ever seen. Like that's all it took to there's no ether, guys. It's just a polarizable field in a vacuum, not in ether.
Yeah, that's insane.
Dude.
That's really insane.
Like,
wait, what is? I assume there is no actual mainstream explanation for that. There's probably a few different theories, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. So it's all swept under quantum electrodynamics, like with the interpretation of the Feynman diagram. So they say basically what's happening is that there's an abstract field of nothingness, but the electron charged particles will self-excite in the electromagnetic field, which is just represented by abstract numbers, and then they'll have a magnetic moment, and that is what they base everything off of.
You know what also self-excite? P-dubs. Anytime he gives confronted about anything. Just gonna lay that out there. Shout out to P-dubs, you retard.
Nice. Yo, Toby, your mic cut off for a
Yeah,
second.
my bad. So no space involved, no actual volume or anything, just abstract math of a concept.
Yeah. So when the field self-excites or whatever, it'll start. That's when they get their anti-particles and their virtual particles, because they don't want to like acknowledge like the source of the field or anything like that. They're just like the part of the equation that we use to solve it that would be like negative. Well, that's an anti, electron or whatever. So when they talk about like the annihilation of that and stuff, they have no idea if that's true, but they have an end result that they measured. And they're like, oh my God, this end result would only be possible if these were virtual particles that interacted with each other like a couple seconds ago before we took the measurement. Does that make sense?
Oh, it must have been a simulation then.
Dude, definitely not an ether field, but a simulation.
Ether field.
Possibly.
Stop with the simple classical mechanics where you just actually use real physics to explain things. Let's talk about virtual particles, and then let's
Yeah, dude.
Literally, how much of society these days believes in simulation theory? It's like an insane amount of the next generation.
Well, at least you're not a stupid flat earther, man, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, right.
But I was working with the term vacuum like 20 years ago, though. It was a totally different thing. It was pretty much synonymous to what Eric Dollard refers to when he talks about counter space. Just like I was talking like weeks ago, months ago even, with collapse coil, B field theory, and the capacitance there within, that piece of inductive moment that, when you look in a standard mainstream physics textbook, they say, oh yes, all that energy was just stored in the coil. Wink. When actually, when you talk to somebody more like Eric Dollard, he refers to that energy being the counterpart. It actually, it all goes under my category of where to put it. The subject, I guess, of where to put it. It's what happens when you run the current through that coil, and then you decay that B field. It's where that energy is actually coming from. That's counter space. 20 years ago, I used to refer to that as the vacuum. You know what I mean? And it doesn't refer to lack of air pressure or medium or anything. It is the counterpart of it. It is the inverse of physical space, is where that energy seems to be going to and coming from during those two moments. So I'm seeing today, by what you guys are talking about, I'm seeing an act of physics nomenclature warfare. And this entire new screen of disinformation that they're trying to get the normies to accept, and then eventually, I imagine, discredit along with all of the old definitions for that term. And I think it's pretty tidy the way they're managing this. Just a thought, right?
That's how they get you, man. It's like that. I think it was Constance Mice or Mintz or whatever that guy is, who said, as long as you don't refer to the quantum foam or the vacuum energy or 0 point energy as ether, you're good to go. Just don't say that A word, dude. It's like that'll get you canceled. How about that, dude? There's like there's certain words will get you canceled, and ether is one of them.
Yeah, ironically enough.
You start talking about that ether, like, yeah, dog, we're gonna have to let you go. Like, but I got the high score on the math test. It's like, yeah, but you're eventually gonna figure out that we can't measure the velocity of the Earth, and that's gonna be a huge problem because all these accolades we're gonna give you, people are gonna believe you based off of just that alone. So we're gonna go ahead and nix it now, bud.
Hey guys, with regards to the ether discussion, and I don't want to derail this or make it go anywhere crazy, but thoughts from some of my favorite quote unquote teachers, because I'm not gonna lie, man, you guys teach me a lot. Stone, Boston, Toby, Allen, Shane, for real. The Terrence Howard interview on Joe Rogan, okay, with all of its flaws, okay, because he's still globing it up, and he's like, yeah, things are globular. Like, I can create planets. The universe still exists. Like, let's just delete all that. My question is your thoughts on that platform hosting somebody that was willing to not only by name bring up the flaws in the Michelson-Morley experiment, okay, and the flaws in what most people tend to believe, which is stupid. The periodic table as we know it with atomic weights versus his mathematical, and I wouldn't assign it to him, but I'm just saying his for for a reference point, his periodic table with regards to kind of everything on the periodic table being the same thing, just divisible, right? You divide it, it breaks apart, it becomes something else, I just wanted to know if you guys had heard, if you actually listened to the whole thing, because I did, and the only reason I did, I'm still kind of like, fuck Joe Rogan, but I had a 3.5 hour drive up to go build a bridge, so I had the chance to listen to it. I wanted to know what you guys thought about that periodic table with regards to what he was talking about with the hues, the frequency, the resonance, and him literally having a platform that large to be able to go like, look, dude, fuck gravity, we're gonna murder it. Here's the ether. I'll land it there.
3 hours. Look, after 3 minutes of exposure to Terrence, I can feel my IQ points dropping and fading away into counter space. You know what I'm saying? I just cannot give that guy any more air. Even after I looked at one of his patents just the other day, this thing where he explodes capacitors and uses them like gunpowder, just absolute travesty of the patent process in that application. It's left and right. That guy is a free range moron. I keep saying it. People keep not hearing it. I can't explain.
What do you think of this,
I'll leave it
Stone?
there.
You ready?
What's up?
Real truthers get truth from every source, right? I can watch a shyster sell some soup or some shampoo and learn an interesting truth fact that I can glean and then turn into a nugget. So discounting entire swaths of information is not.
That's a good point, Shane. Like how many of our resources come from like literal crazy people? Like Mandela believes a ton of crazy stuff, but that doesn't mean that his analysis of multiple Elias effects is bunk, or his analysis of Miller's work is useless or whatever. But I'll say real quick on what you specifically to your question, Orwellian, that for real, the fact that he went on there and talked about Walter Russell's theory is like really cool, and if it gets anyone to like go read some Walter Russell or look into the ether or like just question things. I actually didn't. I don't think I knew that he talked about Michelson-Morley specifically on that podcast. So I can't speak specifically to that too much. What were you gonna go? I saw you open your mic. What were you gonna say?
He definitely
my difficulty
did.
is that he is a disgrace to the
Go
people
ahead,
he
Stone.
references.
Yo, what were you saying, Orwellian?
So what I was going to say is he brought it up, and he had to bring it up multiple times. I'm going to say 2, maybe 3 times, with regards to how it was flawed. And the thing that irritated me about, so he was correct about why it was flawed, but he would not talk about. I shouldn't say wouldn't talk about. He did not decide to use the word placeholder, which I think is important. With regards to all of the shit that they had to invent to make, uh, you know, gravity work. So my question was basically like, if anybody had heard it, what do they think about that? Not specifically, and I get where Stone's coming from. Like, I'm not over here. I'm not a Terrence Howard cheerleader, and that's not my my point and purpose. I think that the fact that he got on there and invoked that and talked about how Neil deGrasse Tyson, which we all know is just he's a fucking shill and a retard, shut him down just with regards to the ether talk and his research and his ideas on the periodic table were kind of fascinating to me. There were a lot of flaws in that entire interview, and I will acknowledge that. And I'm not like, I'm not on team Terrence Howard. I think that the fact that the talk of the ether reached so many people was kind of more so where I was going with that. But yeah, man, no, he mentioned the Michelson-Morley experiment 2, if not 3 times. And Joe didn't really question him on anything. He just kind of let him go. So it was kind of like a presentation. And it was weird. Like, I saw clips on Twitter, and I'm like, what the fuck? What is this? Right? So I was like, cool. I got a long-ass drive on Tuesday. I'm going to listen to the whole thing. So I listened to it, digested it, and I was kind of fascinated by some things in it, but I was also turned off by quite a bit. So I get where someone's coming from. I'm not, I'm not all Terrence Howard patents or
no
the
no
bee's
worries, you're
knees,
good.
right?
No,
But man, he brought it up, and I was like, bro, he brought up Michelson-Morley being flawed multiple times and said, look, bro, like, he was literally invoking the ether for, I want to say, an hour and 45 minutes straight. It was just ether talk. I was like, what? So again, the point of my question to you guys was, had you heard it? And if you hadn't, that's fine. But I just wanted the opinion on that, man, because this is what we do, and I feel like I actually learned a little bit by listening to that I didn't really know, or let me not. I wouldn't say I didn't know. It was framed in a way that was easily digestible for me. It was a different perspective, and it made me understand some things that I didn't quite understand before. I'm going to land there.
Cool. Yeah, no, I have a few more thoughts on that too. Just like, I don't worry. We're not taking you for a Terrence Howard fanboy or whatever. His whole like 1 × 1 = 2 thing to me was like, that was the first thing I ever heard about him, and I'm not a fan of it. Especially once I read how he tried to prove it. So I'm not like a big fan of that. And so then I heard like, oh, he went on Joe Rogan and talked about the ether, and honestly, like, my first thought was like, oh, they're gonna make this like goofy guy make the ether look goofy. And honestly, to be real about it, like, as cool as it is that he's talking about it, the bummer part about it is, if someone else comes along and I'm not saying I would be the person that's, the all-knowing on this either, but if someone else comes along, like, he might not be the best person to defend it, right? Like, if someone else comes along and it's just like, oh yeah, but like, what Terrence Howard says is wrong because of X, Y, and Z, is Terrence Howard going to be the guy that can then bounce back and be like, yeah, but I actually know your theory and why it's wrong, and this is why Walter Russell's work, like, here's a bunch of specific reasons why Walter Russell's work is like, so much more superior. And maybe he is, but from what I gather, he doesn't seem to be that type of a guy. But either way, like, he's bringing, it's one of those mixed bag type of things. Even like, even this whole thing with Witsit is going to be debating with Professor Dave Explains. I think it's like a win. It's a big win, but it's still a mixed bag because it's going to cause honestly kind of a waste of all of our time, because we're going to end up, who are all of Professor Dave's fans is a bunch of trolls. So now we're going to end up, a ton of us are going to end up engaging with a ton of trolls for, maybe 2 months or however long because of that debate. Now, it's a good thing. It's more eyes. And actually, hopefully, I think Witsit will probably dismantle him, but that's only if the debate actually goes as it should. So these things are all just always mixed bags, but I think it's, maybe kind of a win. It was kind of, to me, it's more like what's going to actually happen with this guy. So, yeah.
He hasn't quit yet.
I was just wondering if anybody thought that just the exposure to the ether as it was framed in that interview was a net benefit to people. They're like, nah, the ether is not real, dude. That's stupid. It doesn't exist.
Well, I'll give it a listen now.
I felt
After
like
hearing you say that, I'll give it a listen for sure.
Yeah. I felt like he framed it in a way that would at least give people that might have been on the fence a reason to dig deeper. So, again, not a Terrence Howard fanboy, but I got to give him credit where it's due, man. I listened to it and I was like, fuck, dude, because he was very, very, very thorough. And that's what surprised me. I thought he was just going to butcher it and kind of meander around and Joe was going to cut him up. Joe just shut the fuck up and listened. And he laid it out. So, anybody who hasn't heard it, listen to it, I guess, and check it out. But I just wanted to ask. I didn't know if you guys had heard it, and I was relatively impressed. I feel the way you feel, Toby, with regards to that. Like, I think the net benefit of the exposure is important, and hopefully it caused some people to open their eyes. But I'm gonna mute it up there, and that was I don't want to derail what we got going on. I just man, I've been wanting to ask you guys about this all week, so there we are.
Oh shoot, dude. Yeah, I haven't watched it at all. I've watched like some people do like reviews of his stuff, and like even just hearing people talk about it, I tune out. I haven't really checked into it at all, really. But that's cool that he was talking about the ether. It can't be a net negative, right? Because there's always going to be someone out there that goes and looks into it and finds the history, and it changes their worldview, and it doesn't matter if they become a glober or not, a flat earther or stationary earther, geocentrist or anything like that. But it's just, I'm sure they'll have a much more logical, coherent worldview and understanding with an ether framework on the backbone there. So that's awesome.
I mean, we're Aether Cosmology, so I guess if someone's going on Joe Rogan's podcast, what is it, like the biggest podcast in the world or whatever, and they're talking about the ether, I should probably go watch it. So I'll check it out.
Yes, same. I feel lazy now for not.
I didn't know he talked about MMX specifically. I thought only that Ashton guy. I can't think of his last name, or
Kutcher.
Yes.
Yeah, Ashton Kutcher's been talking about MMX lately, so
I just thought I'd check.
We should probably see what he had to say about it.
Yeah, Ashton was the MH380 guy, and I don't know if Shinku's in here, but if he is, he probably have something to say about that. But no, honestly, the reason I brought it up is it was it wasn't cursory. He didn't just gloss over it. He literally, in my opinion, put on kind of a master class for people who aren't us. People who are they kind of have a cursory understanding of the fact that and he called it. Here's the thing. The thing that I was impressed about is he actually called it the fifth element, which I was like, bro, like he labeled it. They hid the fifth element from us. So I would just recommend when you do have time, if you're driving around, you don't got to watch it. They do some presentations that were pretty cool, but just hear him out. And he's Terrence Howard. It is what it is, man. But if we can get more of that information out there, and we got the biggest podcast in the world doing it, man, we're doing something. Wits has been scoring points all day long, every day. Like we're doing stuff, man. And I wouldn't call Terrence Howard one of us, but man, the
He's
amount,
an ether lad, bro. He's one of us.
bro, he really killed it.
Yeah,
He might
dude.
not know exactly what he's talking about, but he killed it. I just suggest everybody
You
listen
guys
to it.
sold me. Alan, you and Alan sold me. Like, some dude went on Rogan. Some dude went on Rogan and was like, "Nah, atoms are stupid," and like, there's actually like a medium that you're within, and nah, that's awesome. That's like a big win.
Honestly,
I need to
after
listen to
Stone's
that.
critique, I was like, "Who is this clown? Should I go watch this guy for like a purpose?" The way he's so,
Everything I
hates
know
him.
about him is insanely clowny. His patents that he brags about, like, and the things that I've heard dissected from that podcast were really cringy, but it doesn't matter. If he went on Rogan and like told people about a background medium, I mean, that's awesome. There's no way around it.
What do you guys think about that fifth element classification thing? Because that's an old one. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That kind of.
I've been different.
We're definitely going to get, well, I definitely want to have Stone talk about hydrogen and the relationship with the elements and all that with the periodic table. If you know what I'm talking about, Stone, when they measured it and there was the deviation and then they turned that into the proof of the model or whatever. If you could,
yeah, the irreducible minimum. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, if you could cover that in a minute, or not right now, but I have it bookmarked because Orwell was kind of touching on that with the periodic table stuff. And I wanted to talk, or wanted you to touch on that.
I think you have a really good grip on that, Alan. I don't know why you'd be asking me, man. You own all the PDFs and everything.
Oh, dude, I have not a good grip on it, and every time you tell it, I'm like, I need to record this and learn it because this is super important.
Also,
kudos accepted.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, like I want this so bad. I want to hear this from you guys so bad because the atomic weights and all that stuff it kind of don't make a lot of sense to me the way the periodic table is structured. So yeah, let's get it.
All right, Stone, quality assure this.
About which? Do you want to talk about the deflection method across EM set plates in a vacuum, like a CRT, a cathode ray tube setup, and how they tried to quantify the minimum size for a quote hydrogen atom? Is that where you're going with that?
Both.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess the other half of that would be how many decimal places they like to embrace with their gear. Is that what you got in mind?
Yes.
Okay, well, because we might as well start with that right off the top. That if anybody has seen, oh, I guess nobody has, but we'll describe that what a cathode ray tube is merely just firing quote unquote electrons across, using a coil setup, pulse the coil, shoot them focused across these other two, past two plates and in between them, so to speak. And those two plates are capacitively charged, just like where we live. And what they're doing is trying to produce a quantifiable deflection on the far side of the chamber, which is where all the cool retina, back of your eyeball, stuff is painted all over the CRT tube. Electrons hit that, lights up, turns green in the old school stuff. And they say, okay, well, let's see, how small of a pulse of energy can we hit this coil with, and that we can actually still detect something over here on the screen, the other side of the tube. And when we do that, how little can we charge the plates, and you can still see some kind of deflection of the direction these things are going when we're firing them out of the coil from the far side of the tube. And they say, okay, well, we have special gear, special armor, special level 15 armor that you get, the special gear that you got to put in here, and you can actually see the absolute slightest change in direction of these things flying across the vacuum tube. And they say, okay, well, then that's as small as it gets, because nobody's got better equipment than we do. And we're talking about, 9 decimal places in quote terms of sensitivity and ability to deflect, to see deflection or no deflection. And they say, well, okay, well then fine. That's how big an atom is. And the only one we've got where there's only one chunk of subatomic stuff involved, well, that's hydrogen, far as we know. So that's number 1 on the table. And this is how small it is. And then they try to integerize everything else about matter from that reference point. And that's where we get into trouble, because they start to take measurements of different types of matter, different gases, different, stuff they're firing from here to there, checking deflection, trying to figure out how heavy everything is. And this is something that we reviewed. I recommend you guys go back and check the Aether Cosmology channel on YouTube to review when we reviewed papers on this subject. And you'll see how in attempting to quantify and integerize, as in round things off to the nearest whole number, in terms of how much bigger or heavier one quote element is than another quote element, hydrogen, helium bigger than hydrogen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you get up to carbon, things get very complex. But when they do that, they find that the multiples are not quite falling on the integer points. There's always a little extra. And they say, well, that's a make-believe reading. It's actually over here on the integer point where we think it should be, and you should just ignore that.
Defective mass.
Yeah, it's a defective mass, as in reality doesn't know what it's talking about, because our math rocks and our equipment is second to none. Nobody could make anything better than we do, because look, we go to the 9th decimal point in terms of sensitivity. So that is where science has departed from, right about there. Anything else we need to cover there, Alan?
No, thank you. I love that rendition.
Dude, I see why you asked him to do it now. Immediately, I withdraw it. That was excellent.
Thank you.
And as he was speaking, I put up some diagrams and some videos in the jumbo. So if you kindly scroll to the end of the jumbo, you'll see a video of a cathode ray, and the guy's introducing a magnet, so you can see the deviation in the beam. So that's what Stone was talking about when they were doing their experiments back in the day with their equipment. They were, one, the only lads in town that had the equipment, and two, per the sensitivity of their instrumentation at the time, they were looking for the lowest amount of quantifiable energy that they could deflect and measure a deviation in at the end of that tube. So everything is based off of that. So like that's how the whole scale and structure works. And then they did a similar thing with the with hydrogen, and like Stone was just breaking that down too. Like they already. Well, what did they do? They broke everything down to its basic components and weighed it with an actual scale. And then they already had like how much everything weighs, and then they had like the math estimates of how much it should weigh, and they're like, oh, well, our math is right and reality is wrong, dude. It's like that's what we're dealing with, dude. So
that's the mentality, right? When you go from atomism to materialism to nihilism, like, okay, we must quantify everything. What is the smallest increment of everything that I can make a number out of? And it's like, yeah, but okay, well, we can't do that. So what we have is a probability cloud of maybiness, and then hopefully when it's like, all right, let's back up, guys.
Exactly. It's like mainstream science just kind
of maybiness.
They just kind of ran out of patience, I guess, with their rate of progress. And they assumed that nobody would ever create more sensitive equipment than what they've got in the year 1900 and what's it. That science is just never going to get better than that. And that's the unit. That's the number one unit. There's nothing smaller than that in terms of a unit of mass of any kind. That's one right there, and you gotta multiply everything or divide everything into that integer wise, or you're not talking about science.
Imagine thinking that and then thinking you're smart, right?
Well, when you solve a Feynman diagram, I'm using air quotes here. When you solve a Feynman diagram, I mean, you're going to think that you're on top of the world, dog, and you're super smart, and that the story that is told by that diagram is super true. So,
Wow, that's heavy.
Yeah.
God. Twitter keeps turning me down too. It keeps cutting my mic volume. It's so rude.
Oh, weird. You sound really good on our end.
Okay, fabulous.
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
Everyone has individual codecs.
Well, on that, but imagine I was like really good at crossword puzzles, and then you guys started questioning me about stuff, and I'm like, whoa, hold on a second, buddy, with your big question. Why don't you solve a crossword puzzle first, and then we could talk?
You think you can question me,
dude? Dude, how many word searches have you done today, dog? Do you know I went to school for word searches?
Dude, have you met PhD Tony or
You're gonna sit here and talk to me about this subject matter where I solved all these word searches? Dude, can you even spell the words?
Hey, if you can't do across and down simultaneously, I don't want to talk to you.
Dude, you don't know every Greek phonetic alphabet by heart? You fucking flips. You guys aren't permitted to read on the internet.
That's awesome, dude. Shout out to that dude.
That's like our super hater fan who spends all the time watching our late 4 a.m. afterthought submissions of stuff that we're reading, and he's like, I watched the whole thing. He mispronounced the letter at timestamp X. It's like, oh, dude, you got me. I'll quit. Hold on, I'm deleting right now.
Dude, we literally got the Coke robot to delete his Twitter account. Literally. Delete his Twitter account. The Coke robot's gone. Fry guy, yeah. Those 4-man spaces where they did their circle jerk and broke each other's arms, jerking each other off. Yeah, he deleted his entire account. Shout out to Robot Polisher for highlighting it. But, man, yeah.
Then he registered a new email address and he's back. You just don't know what his name is now.
Yeah, he's already back where, well, that was actually his exit stage, and then now he's coming back under deep cover, dog, under Bardock in a second.
All the same guy.
He's going to be the Fry guy now. Like, they're never going to notice, dude. They're never going to know it's me. I'm the Fry guy. And now he's like, what was that Frylock from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? He'll be Frylock. I'm the Fry guy. They're never going to know. Yeah, you guys try harder. I mean, just a little bit, please.
Dude, he's going deep cover this time, dog. Have you seen Training Day? This is going to be a masterpiece.
It's going to be a disaster piece, but we're going to have fun with it.
Well, Witzik might be in trouble, man, if he actually gets to debate Professor Dave, because that one Professor Dave video took him off of Flat Earth and put him back on Spaceballs, man. So.
Oh, snap. Hell yeah. Yo, what's up, Ken? I see you got your hand up there for a minute, homie.
Yeah, I was going to bring up DeMeo on the ether when y'all were talking about the ether, but I'm kind of wanting to ask about these atoms now.
Can you all hear him?
So basically,
I got him.
You're saying that. Can you hear me?
I
Can you
hear
Ken, Nick? We can hear you, Nick. Can you hear Ken?
I was just going to be like, how much better is the Twitter space now that I made it? And then you guys just all have the same issues. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's
Ken, you might need to rotate real quick. We got a couple guys can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down. I can't hear Ken.
No, yeah, everybody can hear Ken except for Nicolas Cage. So Nicolas Cage drop and then Ken speak. There we go.
Boom.
All right. So, anyways, am I understanding this right? And when it comes to the atom, they're saying that they quantify the mass by measuring an energy. That's it. There's no matter. It's just an energy measurement.
Well, this all comes to the assumption that we're talking about. Oh God, brain fart just dropped right out. Massless particles. That's the term. They do love to embrace that, and they apply it to their pseudoscience with reckless abandon. And this is one of those situations where
they use these
saying, okay, we're
cyclotrons.
firing a unit of energy, and somehow that represents a mass, and that's where they translate right in that little tube.
Well, one of the ways they do it is they use cyclotrons, and they run a particle. They run it. They use magnetic fields to rotate it at hyperspeeds, and then from the frequency of that rotation, they deduce the atomic mass. But then the crazy thing is, so they brag so much about how they can get their atomic mass calculations down to like 40 decimal places or whatever, like so many decimal places, so precise. But they've never taken the time. They have no way of knowing whether it's accurate. Like it literally could be precise given the method, but the method's not actually giving you a proper atomic mass. And like original theories had all of the atomic masses, like the smallest mass of each of all these elements was 1, or of the particles would have been 1, but then now it's like 1.0 something something, and it's all based off of their their cyclotrons, and then they say that that the cyclotron rules, but they've never it's hilarious because how can you assert the accuracy of something that is unfalsifiable and you have no comparison? Like you have no like to make the assertion about the accuracy in the first place is kind of it's a shot in the dark. It's really a theoretical accuracy in the first place.
So more pseudoscience then.
Yeah, and that one Chan Chu guy was saying like, they could be getting all of these as far as he was concerned, they could be getting all these atomic masses wrong and they wouldn't even know, because they're just, if the cyclotronic, like if the way that they use the cyclotronic frequencies to determine the masses is wrong in the first place, then all of their assumptions could just be a little bit off because the cyclotron's not properly giving them the proper mass. So then because of those deviations in the masses, they use those deviations to explain a bunch of what is it that they squeeze out of those deviations in the masses, Alan?
I can't remember. Stone knows though.
Sorry, I was just thumbing through the jumbo. Which subject are we on?
So when the atomic mass is off by the perfect amount or whatever, that deviation, what do they turn that into? I forget.
Oh, actually, Toby mentioned it just a minute ago.
It's the energy. That's where they say they get the energy equivalence, right? Something like that.
Well, I think it actually even comes down to the unit of the electron volt. This is all a massive web they've woven with their theorem. It's really quite stymieing. But what were the non-integer values you referred to before, Toby? You threw it in right in the middle of my explanation so efficiently. Wow, massive brain fart. What was that term, Toby?
Quantize maybe?
It was when we're talking about integerizing mass from the point of view of the irreducible minimum, that is the hydrogen atom, quote, its mass, its mole value, etc., being 1. And then the ones that when you look at heavier stuff, heavier elements, quote, on the table, that they don't actually multiply out evenly like they should. That there's a little extra.
Yeah, just like the deviation, the
you said it before, Toby. What was the term?
I don't know. I'm trying to.
So we have to go back and review our own video here now.
Yeah, so I guess you have you had the original atomic masses of 1, and then when they actually went to they use the cyclotron frequencies to measure the energy, like the the energy differential from the cyclotron, then they assume the atomic mass from that, and then you get the deviations of like 1.00 something, like I don't know but they call it a mass defect. Is that what you're talking about?
That's it. The
defective
defect.
mass. Yeah,
Yes.
that is the hilarious term, is defective mass. They literally say that the reason that there's incongruencies, that the reason, who was it that it was Thomson, right, that got the 1 values, the single, he quantized with 1, like he had everything at 1s, and then they came along and they said, well, no, everything's 1.001283 or whatever, like everything has a different value that deviates from 1, and then they said in all, Thomson just had defective mass. If you get a different thing than what we got with our cyclotrons, then you had defective mass. So
yeah, like reality made the error.
Yeah, defective mass. Yep. That's kind of what that implies.
That's exactly the mechanism right there, where they started to equate energy units to mass units. And they wanted to integerize it and make it all very clean so their mathematics look shiny. But they just couldn't quite get there when they were taking their measurements. It was telling them something else entirely.
Yo, Stone, have you ever heard of math shine?
Math shine?
Yeah, it's like moonshine, or I'm sorry, it's like earthshine, but it's whenever you need the math to do something inexplicable to save your model, you just go, oh yeah, the math's shining a little bright tonight.
Good one.
2i. All right, so we went over the. Did you have anything else for us, Ken, to follow up on that with the energy equivalents for the atoms?
No, I was just I was just making sure that I kind of got it right. How they were math.
Awesome. Let's see who we got up next. We got Eli. What up, Eli? You still here, buddy? Nope, looks like he's not. So we got Salty and then Mister. And I don't see Salty on here. So, Mister, you're up, buddy.
What's up, you guys? It's funny because I actually have my ex-wife's name saved as Defective Mass in my phone when she.
Oh, that's brutal.
I raised my hand because I was actually chatting with Orwellian before on like Nicolas Cage's pregame show at Flat Earth Fridays, but I wanted to talk about the Terrence Howard thing because I might be biased in this because I listened to it after I heard Stone say that he's basically dog shit. When I listened to it,
Did he poison the well?
Yeah, he definitely did. But
Guilty.
Find him.
my take on it, though, like honestly, other than saying the word ether and kind of discussing, that there was issues with Mickelson Morley, it kind of felt like it was a little bit of muddying the waters in regards to like trying to mix two, scientific methods or practices. Like it's like that he's using the ether, but also, still holding on to heliocentric, viewpoints. Like, and Austin, I think, said it best. Like, if you're going to invoke an ether, that means this place is stationary. And, I know that obviously I don't think that he would just come out and say that on Joe Rogan unless he's going to pull in every Eddie Bravo. But it just felt a little bit muddy. And also you can tell that he mispronounces a lot of things. So I don't know if that means that he's like, I'd hate to say the term autodidactic, but you can tell that it's not like a formal understanding, because I can't remember what he said, but it was like he pronounces something and it's just way off, and it would be like if someone said microwave instead of microwave, like that's how he pronounces certain things.
Yeah, dude, radio microwaves.
Yeah, radio microwaves, and it's kind of like that when you listen to it, and I almost wonder if it's something that like he was put up to do because of the fact that he is, an actor, and now, I think they're going to start putting out the terms ether and things like that so they can basically just muddy the waters. That's what it felt like. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So that was my comment to that, and yeah, he seems to retain a lot of information, but it's also it's kind of a little bit fuzzy.
Yeah,
It's kind of like how thespians are good at memorizing a script.
Yes, exactly.
Kind of like that.
Yeah, except for the script, he didn't have anyone tell him that it's pronounced microwave.
Well, yeah, and if you wanted to set him up for failure, that's kind of how you would do it. And then Joe Rogan would bring you on and be like, they would just tell Joe, yeah, Joe, just bring him on and just let him go. Then you bring him on, let him do a spiel, and then watch the guy spin out for the next however many months or whatever. I really am curious. Like, it really does. The big question is, like, how in the world does this guy, if he says the Michelson-Morley experiment was flawed, like, is he acknowledging the fringe shift? Is he saying it's just totally useless data? Like, what about all the other times they say they relativistically measure the speed of light on the Earth? Like,
yeah, well, and he talks a little bit about speed of light, but not. He doesn't go into that part of it. Not from what I remember of it. I was kind of half interested because of the fact that Stone told me he was full of shit. That's my fault. But I was also driving, so like, and I was doing some work stuff. So yeah, I don't know. It just felt very inauthentic, I guess I would say. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like, who's that guy? There's another guy who was an actor that you always see that he's talking about like Anunnaki and things like that in the Bible, and it's just like this. It's almost like Zachariah Sitchin. That's the kind of vibe I got. It was like ancient aliens, kind of like, we're gonna take this stuff and we're gonna muddy up the waters and make it kind of unclear. The best thing is that he did say the ether, so maybe if someone looks up the ether and they look up Aether Cosmology, maybe that'll direct them to you guys and they can get some genuine
I'll say real quick, man, like, it's, like, maybe it's a setup, maybe the dude's an op, and if, honestly, these days, if Rogan's involved, I'm highly sus right off the bat, but, like, you kind of have to just see it like, it's like, oh, they're doing this because they have to. So the fact that they have to do this, that they have to finally let some crazy guy come talk about ether on Joe Rogan, like, okay, that's a win. Maybe it's obviously it's not a real guy. It's not who do we want to do it. Like, it's crazy that we live in this world, but like, hey, look where we've got them. They had to bring that dude on to come talk about ether. Like, that's something. That wasn't happening a year or two ago. And I'm not saying that's us specifically, but it's like, the collective effort of everybody. Obviously,
not only did they make him talk about ether, but you made him do it on Rogan. That might be you, bro.
It was me. I was sending a lot of emails to Terrence.
Alan was driving the driver for the input. They probably put a good word in. Sorry.
But for real, I mean, I think the flat Earth discussion has made the ether discussion something that has to be acknowledged. So, a lot of people are waking up to more than just flat Earth. A lot of people are waking up to, the fact that, like, literally physics has a lie rooted in, like, the core of it. So.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the word and I kept going backwards, but it felt like one big straw man for it. You know what I mean? Because if you're going to leave out these very fundamental factors about the ether, then it's just, you're kind of just muddying the waters. And that was my, like, again, that was my take. I don't think that, like, it could do some good. I'm often wrong, so I don't know, like, don't take my word for it, but that's how it felt to me when listening to it. So that's all I would say. And it was kind of the source of who it was coming from. So yeah.
Thanks, Stone. Like, I mean, it's good to have a warning. Oh, this guy, no, I mean, it really is poisoning the well to be like, hey, that guy thinks 1 × 1 = 2. That is poisoning the well. So, especially if you haven't actually read his reasoning, his proof, even though I would say it's not going to help, but.
Yeah, Fractal Woman just did a video on it. I was watching a little bit of it before.
Oh, we were supposed to do a watch party for that.
And I'm only like 6 minutes in, so.
Yeah, I want to check it out too, for sure.
Remember that time in band camp when Terrence was there? And he said that the Earth was moving farther away from the sun for like 6 inches every year. Remember when Terrence said that at band camp? And then like maybe half a billion years from now that we're really going to be in it because by then we're going to be like so far out of the sustainability zone in the solar system that we're going to have to go interstellar.
Oh, it's so bad.
You got to think big picture, boys. Big picture. Forget interstellar. Or I'm sorry, forget the solar system, dude. We got to go interstellar, dog. Like, okay, dude.
And like, we only
when did
have a
we
half
get
a billion
away
years
from
to
the,
do it.
when
What's
did
that?
we get away from the robot voice, Stone? We gotta. I mean, if you're gonna be robotic, I mean, be robotic.
Oh, we do that when we read stuff that's done by AI. That is a pleasure. Just drum it up. I'll rip through it for you, no problem. Yep. Book.
Also,
Read.
when Terrence was talking about that bullshit, the drift from the sun drifting, when he started getting globular, I'm like, what the fuck? So again, I just to lay it back out, the only reason that I'm bringing this up that I think it's worth a listen is what he exposed about the ether, what he talked about with regards to Mickels and Morley, and the periodic table of elements. That was fascinating to me. Everything else he said was fucking stupid. It didn't make sense. It did sound like he forgot his lines, but the rest of it, man, if that got out to the rest of the people, cool. That's awesome. That's probably put that on the scoreboard for us. But yeah, no, I'm definitely skeptical. Like, and I wanted to preface that when I brought it up. Like, it's on Rogan. Skeptical, right? Sus.
No, I'll agree that on a very slim angle, this can be perceived as a win. But like you said, for the rest of it, for any other angle, it's all bets are off.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
And to that, like the fact that he does talk about like, oh, I remember being in my mother's womb.
Oh
and then
yeah, that's a
we
really
shine,
important one.
we shined a light on my wife's belly, and now my kid loves lights. It's like, it sounds like he's autistic, but the thing about it is it kind of paints him as a crazy person too. So when he is talking about ether, maybe it was it was just so it can make it look like, oh, only crazy people believe in it. That's what my fear would be.
When you heard him say that during that quote, which hair did he have? Did he have the Suzanne Plachette hair on, or was he wearing the Dionne Warwick hair? Which hair did he have when he said
Oh no, he's got a hood on with his
no hair. Gotcha.
Well, he's got like, it's short, but like you can't really see because he's wearing a hood cocked sideways with his headphones halfway off.
Kind of freeballing it there a little
bit. He's looking cool. He looks like me with my hood on in my picture. I'd look cool that way,
That's how I'd want to look. And if I was Alan, man, I'd cock my headphones half off with the hood up too, being a bear. But yeah, he looked retarded.
Cock my headphones half off.
Yeah, it's definitely a style choice, and not so I can't hear people yelling at me in real life or whatever.
You imagine seeing a bear with his headphones half off and a hood up? Like, what's up, bro?
Have you not seen Cocaine Bear, dude?
I'm about to AI generate so many pictures based off of that Orwellian. Thank you.
That's like watching a giraffe smoke a cigarette.
You're welcome, brother. You're welcome.
You don't need. I could just go in the bathroom and take a selfie with my shirt off, man. You got your bear right there.
Oh, Eli, made it super
Eli
gay. Oh
right
man,
there?
coming in with the groaner gay. All right, that's an interesting way to start.
It's like, stand back, boys. I'm gonna make it real gay. What's up, dude?
Just kidding. Welcome anyway.
What's up, bro? And then we got Salty Tate. So you guys are actually up next. And to see who goes first, you guys are going to have to fight over it. And it'll be to the death. Unfortunately, we're about to do some Dune shit. So, good luck to you both. And look forward to whoever will be speaking.
Get out your Christ knife.
Why would you do Dune shit, dude? Just go fucking, just go Batman Dark Knight, dude. We're having tryouts. Snap the pool cue in half.
Exactly.
Like Joker and go, we're having tryouts.
Dude, if you want death or exile, which one do you want?
Yeah,
Eli, you or me, bud?
Watch that dagger, Eli.
Oh, he's running scared.
Wait, what?
Is that Salty?
Yeah, I think I
Yo,
win.
what's up?
We haven't talked to Salty, have we, or have I missed it?
No, what's up, Salty?
Now's the time, man.
Welcome,
Yeah,
man.
can you guys hear me?
A bit light.
I'll move a little bit closer. Just a couple thoughts on the Terrence Howard thing. Kind of piggybacking on Mr. Ether, what he was saying. I think they're at a point where Ether is kind of breaking out and they can't really deny it. So someone like him coming in and reintroducing it. Also, maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson needs to be replaced. So him throwing shade at him kind of makes sense. And then he also made another comment. I don't know if you guys heard it, but talking about too much pressure on other planets or something where humans can't go out that far, which would kind of cover them for fake Mars travel and all that. Thought that was kind of interesting, but maybe they were also just trying to get a pulse on where people are at with these topics, kind of see the reaction, gauge it. But
that's extremely important, man. Yeah, I forgot all about that. That is an aspect of it, right? To gauge everyone how they're talking about it, because what they're going to immediately do, right, is monitor everyone's social media. Like, oh, did you hear Terrence Howard? Like, they're going to absorb all this ether conversation, and they're going to be like, yep, everyone still doesn't really get it. Like, we're good. We can more quantum foam. Yeah, it's an interesting
a lot of guys
aspect.
calling him a moron and whatnot. He's full of shit. There's also weird stuff with Rogan, like later on in the conversation. It seemed like Terrence like forgot what he was talking about, and then Joe interrupted, which he kept saying the same thing. He was like, "This is huge. If it's true, who should you talk to?" And then they were talking about random other things, and then Terrence comes out of nowhere and he's like, "By the way, when you got quantum locking," and he goes back into like this weird script. So I don't know if anybody else noticed that. It seemed like Mr. Ether did. So. Interesting stuff. But
wow. Yeah, that is interesting.
Yep. But that's about it, though. I'm working right now, so I can't really talk too long, but you guys keep it up.
Don't want to get fired.
No, I'm the boss, but what can you do? See you guys.
Yeah, so what you referenced, man, I noticed too. There were a lot of really fishy moments. I recommend again, just to everybody that is
all right, we're
in the same camp
tomorrow.
with Ether, man. Just do the Ether thing.
Really? You want to do the whole 3 hours tomorrow night, Alan? You serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Mandate your presence, Stone.
You better wear your headphones half off though, and put a foot up, dude.
I could put all my sharp objects away. Are you kidding?
I couldn't even make it through that Terrence Howard thing, man. I got like 20 minutes done, and I was just like, I can't. You know.
Well, you got to get past him talking about how he lived. So his Buddhist philosophy, which is what that is, you know, I didn't succeed in my past life, so here I was now in my mother's womb, and I knew everything. Right? If you get past that, it's worth a listen for like probably an hour and 45, and then just mute it.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it another shot. But when he was sitting there talking about how he solved the flower of life, and he found the math that the unifying equation that Pythagoras was searching for, I'm like, what are you even talking about?
Wow,
bro?
yeah, that's pretty. Oh boy.
And then he's got this superstructure that he's trying to build out of triangles, and he's like, "Look," and I'm looking at it, bro. It looks like some modern art, monstrosity that means nothing. You can't even explain it.
If y'all guys want to have a little warm up to Terrence before we watch him, the 3-hour version tomorrow night, go check out what went down at Oxford when he traipsed on by. Go listen to that.
The Oxford one
you'll
is
be knowing what's up. Yeah, that was amazing.
I do think there's something to the dissection of the flower of life, though. So, like I said, there's a lot of bullshit in what he says, and dude, there was a lot of misdirection and sleight of hand, and a lot of nuggets of truth dropped simultaneously. So, yeah, man, everybody just You know, if you're gonna spend the time on it, we're gonna do that tomorrow. Let's do that, and we'll chop it up. We'll cut it into pieces. But there was some good shit. There was a lot of stupidity, but I was fascinated about the flower of life thing.
Bro, I'll be honest. When I was listening to him, it sounded like he had climbed into my head and grabbed out years of research with absolutely no context or understanding and just started making shit up about it. Because he's sitting here showing all these things that I have a huge interest in. I get in, in the Flower of Life and Fibonacci and Tesla and Edward Leeds skeleton, all of those things. Like, I am huge into just trying to study and understand them. And then I get into the occult and then, gematria, and we talk about 923 and 369, which most people be like, what are you talking about? And I'm not going to get into all that here. But there's so much to it, and it's like he grabbed the same knowledge that I have, but yet he has no understanding of what he's talking about. And so now, if I feel like if I try to go out and talk to somebody, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you subscribe to Terryology," and it's like, God, now I got to deal with that.
Yeah, you're a Terryologist.
Holy
That's
shit!
exactly
Yeah,
how
no,
it
I'm with
felt.
you, man. I wouldn't want that label.
I like that you mentioned Leeds Skalnin. He's quite the figure, and people should indeed look into his work, particularly what he established, demonstrated with the magnetic loop and its potential holding power in perpetuity once mated with the proper polarity. Absolutely astounding observations about reality. He did a great job there.
Are we going to ignore the fact that it sounded like Stone has a miniature elephant in his room right now?
No, that wasn't me. That was somebody else.
Yeah,
Oh,
Somebody else saw Mike.
Somebody had an open mic with an elephant in the room. I heard that.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
It was
somebody's got a little
miniature.
baby elephant. Hey, whoever's got a baby elephant, just pony up. Let us know. All right, we're not going to judge you.
I have 2 cats, but you'll never hear them. They're very quiet.
Toby's got him making coffee right now. He's stirring it with his trunk. I can already imagine.
Dude, are you using baby elephant labor again, Toby? Dude,
we're gonna have to get some legislators on this to make sure this never happens again.
Mike's muted, Toby.
It's good. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
It's for the best.
Were you contributing to global warming again?
No, I would never do such a thing. I make all my own clothes. I don't eat anything at all. And ever.
Just stop that.
Just don't eat.
Like,
and
I breathe as less as possible.
I make, and the clothes that I make are from my own hair. So yeah, and honestly I've only got like a few days left, but at least there's no carbon footprint.
You got to bring it to 0. You can't get to 0, but it's to trend it. So thank you for doing your part.
I was going to do like the Canadian style where you just go and you pay and whatever, or they pay for it for you. It's really so generous of them to, you can go.
Yeah.
Well, this is quite a dark topic, but
wait,
think about it. You're like, why you have to have a building to go do that with lights and stuff? That's okay. This is really dark. All right. The joke is supposed to be about global warming, not about that topic. That's a very depressing thing.
Yeah, we'll leave MAIDS out of this. It makes me really proud to be a Canadian. Yeesh.
It's insane.
Did you guys ever see the meme of that female crisis actor that's been spotted at multiple mass shootings? Crying. I think the most notable was Sandy Hook.
You have to be way more specific, brother.
Yeah, years ago I saw one of those. Why?
I saw a montage of those.
Okay,
bro.
so let me finish it. So she's screaming into a phone, right? She's crying. I believe it was Sandy Hook. It's a pretty iconic image, and somebody made a meme out of it and said they swabbed my asshole and I came back positive. I've got climate change. I mean, that's the kind of shit that we deal with. I'll find it and I'll post it in the nest. But it's that girl and it's hilarious. They swabbed my ass and I came back positive for climate change.
I've never heard that. That's really,
fucking
you're
clown,
definitely
man.
gonna have to share that.
I'll find it.
Hey, I wanted to ask if anyone knows about the sacred and proud their Flat Earth Fridays. Are they coming back? They got to 100 and then got smoked out, or what happened?
No, they're coming back. They're curating some content and planning some stuff, and they're they're coming back for like a big an annual return type thing. So they're definitely coming back, and they're just got some stuff working on that they're working on behind the scenes to drop for the boys to come back with, everything that full delivery.
Nice. I love stuff, so that'll be cool.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll have some things too? Like you're gonna?
Well, I'm not at liberty to discuss the thing, so I'm being purposely vague. But there will be new stuff, and it'll be very cool.
And the things are in question. Okay, stuff and things.
Yes.
That's where I'm at. That's sweet.
Stuff,
all right. Yeah, I was
things,
just curious because I hadn't heard what was going down.
Dude, you're a great contribution to the community. Welcome to the crew, buddy. Fit right in. By the way, every time
I don't know about that.
On point, hilarious, dude.
If you need a stupid comment here and there, I'm definitely on par with that. But
you do know how to roll with it. That's the criteria.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate what you guys do. Like, it's hard because, being a flat earther in your own community, and most of the time I'm talking about this with people, I'm having to kind of teach them about their own model. I have to show it where it's wrong. Then I have to explain like what it could possibly be or what it's appearing to, come across as. And it gets kind of exhausting. So to just have, you guys who have gone further into the science than I, could dream of at this moment, it's refreshing and it's very nice. It's nice to see new information rather than just going over the same flat earth videos over and over again, to make myself feel better. So it's definitely nice to, have this for sure. It makes I look forward to Friday nights as a single dad, it's a big deal, so it's super cool. And I really am just grateful for you guys. So
that's
where I'm at with it.
So I don't want to speak for everyone here, but for me personally, we they spend a lot. We spend a lot of time there. They spend a lot of time putting together Alan and Toby and Shane and company putting together these reading nights and stuff, and they go in there. And the biggest thing that you notice with those papers is the philosophical starting position that they start with, which is everything. If you start with the philosophical position that there is no God and there's nothing special about this place that we're in, you can convince yourself that you're living on a ball in space, and plenty of people do. And then if you shift your starting position to the alternative that we are special, you can just as easily resolve that the Earth is flat. So I don't, I understand looking at the videos to reconfirm, but really at the end of it all, it is your philosophical starting position, because you realize they have to make up a lot of stuff to convince you that the Earth is a ball. They make a lot of suppositions, they make a lot of assumptions, and they can't corroborate or validate any of it. And they get mad at you when you say you're full of shit.
Well, I'll corroborate that with something else that I'll make up, which will corroborate itself. Don't you worry.
Dude, it's well said, man. It's a never-ending cascade of
corroborated.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't do it, boys. I can't do it. Uncorroboratable.
You almost
claims.
corroborated something, and you're the most articulate. So corroborate that.
Dude, add 3 W's. I can't take it. I laugh every time.
Shh, be very quiet. We're hunting quobies.
Are we cooperating or collaborating or colloquially?
Just say collab.
Corrobs.
But yeah.
Colloquially corroborate some wabbits.
Dude, I used to be able to say that word, and then I met Alan, and now I cannot pronounce colloquially.
Oh, dude, no, is that how it sounds when I say it?
We just gotta bust out some derivations and we're good.
No, So no, you're gonna put it back in my head,
dude. Our fan is gonna pick this up and he's gonna announce that. He's gonna discredit everything we've done now. No, we've ruined it.
Stone, every time before I go to read now, I'm like derivation. I've said it wrong so many times that just one mishap will throw me into a whatever it used to be. Yeah, dude. I forgot it. Don't tell me what it was.
Dude, that one used to like jar me though. I'd hear you and I'd be like physically cringe. Ow, no. We're not deriving anything. We're deriving, right?
Dude, should have said something, bro. Stone said something and finally
thought I
put
did
it in.
a couple times.
Nah.
I was like,
no, you thought about it. No, dude. Shout out to Quality
We had
Assurance,
a private
bro.
moment.
He was like, by the way, dude, you know how you say an extra letter in there? Stop.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, thank you.
Dude, like, we make mistakes all the time. I learn quickly, right? I learn very quickly. You know how? I fuck it up immediately and with great force. And that's how you make all the mistakes. Like, right away, you learn all the stuff. So
we all had to walk that path, man. All of us.
Absolutely.
This seems like a moment where we could really use Piazio's input, or Piazio. Where's that dude at?
Dude, I sent him a link. He's not on right now.
Yeah, he'll be here in a New York minute if you keep that up.
Well, Stone, how many columns of force are in the atmosphere?
How many which?
Columns.
How many columns are in the atmosphere?
Coulombs.
Coulombs. Or coulambs or whatever.
Oh, columns, right. Yes, well, there's a bajillion of those.
That was the one you busted me on.
So it's actually pronounced columns. Yeah.
Columns. Oof.
These guys are a little bit French impaired all around, so I try not to hold it against them.
Yeah, dude. Accents, pronunciation, those things. It's like.
I love when Stone reads the most French name ever or the most German name ever. I'm like, there's no way he's gonna get this one, and then nails it every time, dude.
Instead, it sounds like a song.
Right through it.
He's gonna slay it 100% of the time. Absolutely.
What about Toby, who's like, I don't know if I can say this right, but then he's like a perfect, eloquent French statement complete with a local dialect, and you're like, oh, you were just deflexing. I'm sorry, I thought you were actually trepidatious for a second. No, you got it.
Until Stone comes around, and then I freeze up.
Oh, please. Come on, man.
I guess we do jerk each other off an awful lot. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the Globers are right.
Hey, look, this is our echo chamber. Suck it.
I mean, they're not unwelcome.
Dude, all right, hold on. Where's what's his name?
Wait, the title is kind of unwelcoming. Wait, never mind.
Dude, Nicolas Cage just like hit up FTFE and was like, "Come on, big boy, come hit up the space." And I was like, "Bro, did you just invite the devil to my dinner table?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "All right, fine. Today you can come, right?" And then I tagged him once. So everyone ready? And he'll hear it. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'll go get my tea.
I also noticed we have 0 anonymous listeners in here. That's quite impressive too.
Nice.
Just everybody in the group, unless they're born without balls, has balls. Amazing. Liliana, we see you down there. Not referring to you.
Immediately thinking that. So she got more balls than most of the Globers anyway.
No, she could identify as someone who has balls, so that's good enough for me.
She probably would, just to make him feel stupid too.
She'll be nice and polite about making you feel stupid, which is an interesting comparison when you see it live. Juxtaposition, if you will.
I just like it how when Stone said, "It's our echo chamber. Suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it."
Drop the mic.
Funny on like 3 levels. Dude invites FTFE. Oh my god. I thought you were cool, Nicolas Cage. I was like, this dude's all right, man. You know, he's funny, makes good points. Oh, now I hate him forever. That's unfortunate.
Is it only my secret fantasy to see Liliana like tear Craig a new asshole on this chat right here?
Yes.
That would just be so awesome.
Yes, after 17 consecutive weeks with Craig, I don't have any desire to see him speak to anyone about anything for any reason.
He would never come. I knew that that's why
No. He would come because I've been ignoring him specifically for like 9 weeks. And what you did was tag him in a chain with me. And now he's like, oh my God, Shane, I'm going to come right now. Hold on. Is there a space? Beep. In he goes, right?
He's been crying all week, man.
All week. For 3 months, I've been ignoring him. And he's like, open the door. Oh, it's open? Is there a light in the hallway? I'm coming in.
You're undoing a lot of hard work, dude.
Now he's got that William Fuller priest or whatever on there talking about, oh, come in here and talk about you guys' complaints stuff, and no one. He's all like, showed up. I was like, because no one cares.
No, no one gives a shit. That's what that should tell you. But you know, like when you have like an angry ex-girlfriend that's like vindictive and took after your CD collection or something, and then you wait like 2 weeks and you get a call and you're like, right about that time where it could be good, I could let it go. But then you answer and you're like, fuck, guaranteed groundhog, 6 more weeks of bullshit. Here we go.
Yes. All right.
So climate in the ass in the jumbo. Just so everybody knows, climate change in the ass is in the jumbo. I'm going to shut up.
Nice. Thank you, sir. I'll play that in a second.
Let's see, run Boston Bear down there.
Hey, can you hear me?
What's up?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Passing out, but I don't know if y'all may have already talked about this, but I really liked watching Justin Harvey on Ivory Heckler today. They went over he and Whitsitt's talk at the commission and when they got kicked out and all that. And then their talk after, like she interviewed him and that was really, really good. I liked watching Dave Weiss and Eddie Bravo on InfoWars with Alex Jones. That was hilarious. And Robot Polisher, I think, posted like them just cutting up and messing around. But for Orwellian, I sent you a direct message of this guy named Archaics. He has a video called Archaics Analysis of Terrence Howard. And he's not a flat earther, but he definitely doesn't think that we live on a globe, which is kind of interesting. And he was name dropping a bunch of the legends and like the books that Toby was mentioning. And I've only made it, I don't know, halfway through. It's like 2 hours and 41 minutes of him breaking it down, but that's pretty interesting to listen to. I just feel so much going on right now. Don't y'all? Like this movement is about to peak. It seems like some crazy crap's going down. So we'll see. But thanks for everything you guys do. I love following y'all and being a part of this.
Hey, thank you, the mayor.
Hey, much appreciated, May. We actually have to have a staff meeting very soon because it turned out we need to issue a correction PSA. So, you know, that flyer we put out where we're like, you know, no flat earther ever goes back or whatever, except for the following, you know, and we list the people. Well, we have to take Pry Guy off because he actually turned out to not be a flat earther or whatever.
That whole list should just be Jesse, by the way, because the one real example would sell it.
How dare you take their whatever, Shane? You can't do that.
Yeah, he's right.
There's a person, dude, and it's
there's Jesse. Jesse is the one, and then maybe just Jesse, just Callie.
And I may have had a personal hand in making that happen by setting him up with FTFE, but pretend that part's not real. And yeah, he's the only one that went back for reasons.
Well, Robot Polisher helped Pry Guy self-emulate or however you
self-emulate. Yeah.
But yeah, Robot Polisher killed him with his own words, his own clips from his own stupid spaces, his own little 4 deep, 5 deep circle jerks. Yeah, he deleted himself. So shout out to Robot Polisher for doing that.
Dude's an expert. He's like, hey, what you doing? You want this gas? Hold on to this. Hey, you want a match? Hold on. Sit right there. All right, later. It's like, I didn't do anything.
No one's listening to this. I'm going to delete it later. Boom. Clipped.
But dude, that dude was the dude who was recruited by that wolf guy who was like the antipode to Sacred to do like the great big debate. And they were like, I'm going to comb all the best globers. And that dude was who they chose. And he was like, maps. And then that was it. And I was like, oh.
No, dude.
Oh, no.
Shane, he was the guy that read the Vsauce post off of a Facebook thing.
Yeah, that's
where he was like, the Earth can't be a globe because if you walk in a triangle, it'll be more than 180 degrees. So, like, good fight.
The good old spherical excess derived from the astronomical triangle and the celestial sphere routine. I see.
Dude, what a wonderful trick they played. But the
I still
atmosphere would
follow that.
exist.
I still follow that dork just for funsies, and so his shit pops up in my for you, not following. So I'm not in that tab ever. I'm balls deep in the for you tab, but
Yeah,
Black
I'm not
Wolf
gonna
shows
judge
up.
you for being involved in it, Orwellian. It's okay, bro.
He shows up. He shows up in there a lot, man. And some of the shit he's been talking about the last couple of weeks, I'm just like, oh my fucking god, dude. I remember when you got slayed and I clipped you up. So
Is
hey,
this theodolite Jesse we're talking about here?
What was that sound?
Is this theodolite Jesse we're talking about here?
No. If you want, I can give you a brief story.
Different one? Okay.
I can tell you a sad story.
No. Theodolite Jesse's a gem too, but this is different.
Someone's asking about the Jesse I mentioned, I think, right? The one that went back?
Yeah.
If you want to, like, real quick, I can tell you, dude, there's a dude that we used to be friends with who came along and talked about flat earth for a little while. And then was like, oh, I don't know, I'm not really decided. And then was hanging out. And I was like, oh, encouraging him and like taking him, like big broing him essentially. And then he's like, oh, I should debate. And then I was like, well, you can, talk to FTFE, which is like the worst thing that's ever happened to him. And he like presented NASA evidence as like nothing. And FTFE like destroyed him and destroyed his whole ego. And after that, his whole public presence was like threatened. So he immediately was like backpedaling. And then one day went into a chat with Witsit, who said something about a goblin for something, and he misinterpreted, made a big deal, virtue signal, decided to take offense. At that very also decided he was Jewish for some reason, and was like, listen, every time I'm in a room, I'm going to shout incoherently insults at Witsit until someone does something. And you're like, okay, well, that didn't take long. Now you banned. So his whole personal persona and stance on the internet is just opposite of Witsit. Whatever Witsit is, I'm doing the opposite. I don't care what it is. Doesn't matter anything. So you're a flat earther? I'm going back to the globe. And that's where he's at today. And that he'll come around and tell us all how stupid we are for saying all the same things that he said. And that's how you go back to the globe.
I see. So you got an anti-Witsit groupie instead of an anti.
Yes. Yeah, Witsit will kick you right back to the globe again.
There seems to be a lot of anti-Witsiters.
Yeah, that's a whole thing unto itself. Right?
Yeah.
I blame the mainstream education system.
It's a psychological sickness in adult men. They just added it to the MD5 or whatever it's called. So you can actually go get medically diagnosed from like Witsit sickness syndrome, where it's kind of like Munchausen syndrome or Stockholm syndrome, where you like start to sympathize with your captor or whatever. But, it's one of those deals where it's just like a deep psychological thing and you become retarded, and not in the physics way. So
yeah, no, in the real way.
No, I think it's actually like it's more closely related.
I thought it was more like mad cow disease, where they just have like a derangement syndrome.
Oh yeah. It's very similar to that, but there's a different diagnosis now. So like it has to be acknowledged, and your denial of it's a little insensitive, to be honest, Eli.
Unlike eating, bad cow though, or mad cow, it's from eating dog shit. I wanted to comment on.
Yo, dude, I love you, bro.
I
feel like you're my soulmate.
I wanted to comment on what Ron Boston said. So Archaics is a simulationist, but he does not believe it's a globe. He believes it's, a realm. He talks a lot about it, but he's done a lot of work with Flat Earth British, Martin Leakey. For what that's worth. He does have some worthwhile stuff, but he's got some theories that all this shit's going to come to a halt at like 2045, I think is what he's calculated. He's done a lot of reading into ancient literature and stuff, so that's for what it's worth about Archaics. He's kind of hard to listen to because he talks like really weird. You'll just have to get over that if you can stand it, but yeah, that's what I would say.
Thanks for the feedback, dude. I just turned it on, and I think I maybe went to a faster speed, and I was mowing the yard, and I found it interesting. I don't even know how I was subscribed to his channel or how it popped up, but I randomly clicked on that one and found it to be, worth listening to while mowing, for sure.
He is definitely worth like checking out because I don't know, he tends to look into a lot of ancient books and things like and maps, and he's got a lot of stuff out there. Basically, I think he did some prison time and he got really well read, and that's what he did with a lot of his time, and he came out and started this channel. And yeah, it's definitely worth looking into. But have you guys ever heard, this is way off topic, but have you guys ever looked into the land of Chem, the guy that is claiming that the pyramids are big chemical factories, chemical production plants?
I've heard of the theory, but I've not looked into it.
So
Not
it's
much.
a dude. Yeah, look at he's got a bunch of stuff on YouTube. It's called The Land of Chem. Try and find a podcast that, like, find out his name. He does one particular podcast with a girl. I'll try and find it. And he just explains everything and how he came up with this. And dude, it is so insanely logical the way that, because the chemical burns inside of the pyramids, the drains that all come out, the water systems. And he does talk about they would have most likely been powered using the electrostatic nature of the electrostatic uh what is it, how does he, the grid, basically. So that's why they go up so high, and they would have had some sort of way to
So he didn't cover ramjet technology at all?
cover what?
Ramjet technology to move water upward without spending any energy at all?
I'm not sure. I I don't know, but he talks about they would use basically like pressure, like wood, and like wood pressurizer, like they would fill it up, with water, and make basically making nitrogen, or other kind of chemicals that you would use for farming and things like that. And that's why the walls are so thick, would be to protect the surrounding civilization. But
Okay.
it has to do with pressure, and yeah, so
So it's time to get out that big, giant pinch of salt.
I don't know what that means.
As in, you're going to take all that information in with a grain of salt.
Oh,
I don't know, man.
yeah, you take it for. Well,
Echoey.
Yeah, Eli, you're hot micing there, buddy.
Echo chamber.
He doesn't use headphones. Come on, Eli.
Yeah, take what I say with a grain of salt, absolutely, because I am just trying to roughly describe what this dude is. But it's called The Land of Chem. You guys will probably understand a lot more of the terminology than I would. But he basically takes like an old school high school chemistry set and diagrams it the way that the pyramids are set up. It's pretty compelling evidence. So, but yeah, I was just curious if you guys had heard about it. I've heard Austin talk about it a couple times, but he's never gone into depth about it. So
Well, people have even taken top shots of that topography all the way around Cheops and compared it directly to the layout of a PC board. There are so many different theories about what's going on there. I've heard people talk about how the pyramids were used for terraforming. It's been a pretty wild ride.
yeah, it's
I got
more.
one for you.
Oh.
I get. Sorry, I turn my mic on specifically to bring this up because you're bringing up the pyramids, right? So you're talking about the one. I don't know, the most interesting of these theories that I've ever come across was actually the maser laser. That's MASER, and it's technology that was discovered back in the early 1900s, mid 1900s, maybe 1950s, 60s era. So just look into a maser laser and how a maser laser works. And then when you realize when you look at what the pyramid was made of, and you know that the Nile used to flow there, and how easily it would have been to fill up the basin of the pyramid with the Nile, it actually gets really interesting. But even with that, you do, like Stone said, you take it with a grain of salt. But the maser laser is a super interesting one.
Yeah, you're moving into the world of Phil Schneider, even who claimed to use a maser to create the tunnels that they did, and melting rock tunnels with it.
Yeah, when I was talking about the layout, I meant the inside of it specifically. So I'll see if I can find the interview that I watched and see if I can post it on here. So might take me a minute, but I can definitely post his channel and you guys can see. The dude is very dry as far as the way he talks. He's kind of goofy, but it is definitely worth checking out for those of you who would be interested in it. So that's what I'll say.
And
Nice. Thank you for the
I'll
recommendation.
randomly throw in. I heard someone say that the pyramids used to be covered like super smooth with granite. They were beautiful, and that they were involved with alchemical and something about the energy at the top. There was enough to make gold. And I don't know if that's true or not, but man, it's so funny when you start to like wonder what the pyramids are or what they're used for. But yeah, I'm gonna dip out and let's see if anybody has a response to that comment, and then I'll dip out.
We got a double dip from the mayor tonight. Pretty good.
No, I couldn't go. You guys are ladling so much fun stuff.
Well, the inside of the pyramids are a similar structure to limestone, which is what Edward Leeds Skeleton was using for Coral Castle. The outsides are granite, which has piezoelectric properties, which if Piezo was here, he could probably run you through every bit of that. And then the top of it would have been gold, not to make gold, but the capstone was supposed to be made from gold, according to legend, if you believe the Greek writings. And so when you add all three of those together, you do get what we would, put together today for electrical transmission.
Wow. That's very fascinating. And it's funny you bring piezos up because, or piezo resist, or yeah, just piezo in general up, or really piezo acoustics is kind of my theory on how they built the pyramids, potentially using some kind of, you can theoretically, or proven with experimentation, you can use magnets and piezo-resistive crystals to induce like a resonance. And then my theory is that they use a resonance like that to move the stones, but that's just kind of a theory I haven't really investigated too thoroughly yet.
Hey, I did find a link. It's not the video I watched, but would you prefer me to put it in the purple pill? I don't know how to post to the nest, so I'm not that fancy.
Oh, dude, we actually have a purple pill tonight. Very cool.
Right. I
So,
wonder how that happened or something.
magic.
It does seem specifically suspicious.
They saw Nicolas Cage's face, and they were like, "Okay, we'll let it happen this one time."
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Nice.
So I can just post it there. So that's what I'm gonna do.
So you can hit it. You can reply to that purple thing, the first chat thing, which is up there, and then from there, whenever you're a speaker, you just hit like extend if you're gonna copy a link, and that'll share it to the thing directly. That's the only way to do it, by the way.
Okay, I think I got this.
You can go to like
Another.
Yo, we got a quick question for Stone.
What's up?
So Ranger 2008 says Stone mentioned Liedekin's wheel. Do you guys know Vinny? He made Ed's wheel. Do you know Vinny or whatever?
Lead Skullman, but what's the question?
Let's see. Do you guys know Vinny? He made Ed's wheel. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I thought maybe you might know.
Don't know Vinny. No. Maybe a last name, or does Vinny know me?
Duh.
I don't know, man.
I thought maybe like there was going to be some association with the other name, but yeah, I don't know.
Hey, man, that guy owes me $5. No, I don't. I don't know what you're talking about.
Vinny. All right, cool. No worries, brother. Well, when that guy catches up, he'll get to this part, and then maybe we'll find out who Vinny be.
Or maybe we'll find out that nobody cared all along. Dude, I don't know why.
Possibility.
I don't know why I've been answering Globe Trolls this whole time, but like the overwhelming number of objections to flat Earth are based on misunderstanding the map, like 193%, and the rest of it's like the sun, and that's it. With those two, everyone will be a flat Earther, I think. Too bad they're really complicated and tough to explain, huh?
The most tricky part of the globe.
What's that expression? People like a simple lie than a complex truth or something?
I don't know. I've never heard. Was that Abe Lincoln?
Well, I don't know. I said it now, so that's what.
More like a convenient lie.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'd rather believe that everything's beneath my feet when I don't see it. I don't want to learn about perspective, angular resolution, radius criterion, proportionality, or any of that shit. So, yeah, simple. Simple's better.
Earth ball go spin. Vroom, vroom.
Nailed it. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't have said it better.
Bob measured it.
Well, he may have measured it. He sort of measured it. We can't really use his measurement. We don't know how fast it's going, to be honest, but he definitely measured it. Thanks, Bob.
Whatever he measured, definitely ignore the translational velocity.
And he measured it, but also it turns out that if it gets hotter or colder, he also measured that the Earth spin faster, slower, depending on temperature.
So there's a lot of gap chasing, speeding up, slowing down, perihelion, agilion, forced ellipticity, perigee, apogee stuff, but that's just from Kepler's math, I think, right?
Yes.
That's too much for everyone. That's
I zoned out there for a second, but
I saw it in your face, and I was like, "Fuck!"
I assume you went elliptical there. Very nice, very nice, very nice.
All right, I can't figure out the purple pill, and now it's not purple. Now it's black, but I can't figure out how to post it to the nest. So it's in the purple. Well, what used to be purple pill. I guess I spoke too soon.
I got you.
Come on, keep up with the thing that everyone calls something different all the time. How hard is that?
I don't know.
So we got. I put the video in the jumbo for you, brother.
Cool. And am I the only one that's seeing that the purple pill is no longer purple?
Yeah, I think the purple pill is just like a colloquialist term.
It's refraction, dude.
Yeah, so it's whatever. So anyway, if you go to the jumbo, you'll see an awesome picture of a armored bear with headphones with Orwellian tagged, and then next to that, you'll see your video.
I did see that. I liked your bear. That's perfect.
Very nice.
I like the fact that the ears are, or the headphones are not on the ears. That is very.
Yo. It's just there for aesthetics or whatever,
Right, it's those cranial headphones that vibrate in your bone.
Cranial headphones are the best kind of headphone. 100% of bears agree. All right, so do we have any audience members that want to come up? We got a bunch of people down here. See Travis down there. What up?
To me, it still looks like Salty's got his hand up, but that could just be Elon,
Yo, I've got like a hand glitch, so if your hand is up and you've been waiting to talk, feel free to chime in. How do I give Travis a microphone? The real question is, why doesn't Liliana have a microphone, though?
That's
that is the question on everybody's mind.
I've sent her 17, so I'm not sure.
It's like
she's got her hand up too.
I think everyone's be co-host.
Everyone's waiting with bated breath, and I just don't really know what's happening here. What's up? We got Pizzo. He's hitting the gym. Oh, we might get a little piezo electricity later.
Clickety click.
But
can you guys hear
that? Is that what I sound like? I'm sorry. That's terrible.
Actually, no. For Shane, it's much louder.
Yeah, it is a better keyboard. You're right.
Oh, hold on 1 second, dog. 1 second, bro. No,
he jonesed you.
Dude, you challenging me to it.
It is how that works.
Keyboard fight, dog. Come on.
dude's gonna harm the keyboard, and then no keyboards were harmed in the making of this.
You guys don't even want it. You guys know you don't want to.
Dude, but like, all right. The question though is, how gay is your RGB? So is it rainbow or is it solid?
So I went a long time without downloading the software to turn it off because I just didn't want that to be in the background at all times, But I recently had to download it from my mouse. So it's been on for years, so now I just have to leave it on.
Turns out there's a FN function key combination you can use by on all stuff. In case you have that problem again, because I was in a similar spot. Like, why is it oscillating rainbow always? Why can I not change this?
Oh yeah, I have a hard button I could press too, actually, but it's a nice nightlight, to be honest.
Dude, I can't type on a keyboard where I can't hear my keys like this because I don't know what keys I'm pressing. To be honest, it's all like haptic feedback.
If I don't hear the the clickety clack of the mechanical switch, then I don't feel like a man. So
something's just not right without it.
Imagine you typed on your keyboard and it was a membrane, and you just heard like squishing jelly noises and shit. You just so fucking gross.
I can make any keyboard loud. I promise.
No, but will it sound appropriate?
It does. It sounds like tensious, like Toby's typing, and you're like, Toby, are you angry at that keyboard, or is the person you're responding to your arch nemesis, or did he hurt your parents? Like, what's going on?
I write the same way. Like all my pencils are like, all my pencil writing is super dark.
Oh, you're one of the people that puts like a ridiculous amount of pressure into your like forefinger and thumb when you write, and then you cramp up after an hour. Oh, you're one of those crazy people. I think. Psycho.
Very exciting, thrilling content, everyone. I'm sure.
Who wants to talk about flat Earth stuff and observations?
Yeah, wobbly wobbly. What?
Yeah, let's do nutation or what? Precession, equinox, or Eratosthenes or whatever.
Ooh, let's do some Eratosthenes, and then talk about gyroscopes, or not gyroscopes, multi-axis wobulations.
Dude, multi-axis wobulation. So I thought it was funny that they have to have a a sphere oscillating at 3 different rotations, right? But someone was like, "Stupid flares pendulums do that all the time," and I was like, well, let me think about that for a second, right? So they kind of do, but only in a weird oscillating way where it's moving so fast it seems to be doing all 3, but it's really doing nothing. It's just fucking all over the place like a goddamn mess, isn't it? Or what?
Is there not a periodicity measured in the pendy, Tobe?
Yeah, well, they precess, yeah. But that's related to the wobbles?
Well, so to precess, it has to have like an axial tilt, right? It has to be a precess against what? And so the North Star is one, the equinox having the stars do their own thing is another. Nutation, something, I forget. I don't even.
Or the magnetic field.
Let me see what nutation is.
Or the magnetic field. I mean, they all have...
The sway rocking, yeah.
It's not like they start up on their own, start swinging it, and then they all have electromagnetic motors built into them to keep them swinging. And then, yeah, if they deviate, I mean, if they're not deviating properly, you can adjust the height. You can adjust the auto-on mechanism, so how long the motor will go on for. I believe you can adjust the strength of the magnet. I think it's just how long the magnet goes on for, but it says it right in the manual how to there's multiple steps you can take to calibrate it if it's not precessing normally, or I guess how you want it to.
Oh, so you could make it precess to the thing that you assume is nice.
Just in case you need it to,
Just go ahead and cook it right in there.
Go ahead and throw that into the little space. It says indeed, but it's just showing the this is the Mark II Foucault pendulum installation manual. We got power to the magnet is controlled via the amplitude control. This control drives the pendulum's swing distance. Too much power and the pendulum will be driven past the designated swing distance. And then you've got the height of the pendulum will determine the time of each swing. Therefore, a time on control in the control panel will need to be set to accommodate the length of the magnet stays on. And then you've also got, it says here, should you encounter a problem with the precession, please be sure to check both the armature adjustment and photo beam centering adjustments. So got some options. If you need it to do something, you've got a few options to do your science, to meet your presupposition.
So, but precession. Sorry, dude.
If your photo beams off, like that's the worst when you got your pendy and you're trying to make measurements of the rotation of the Earth.
But precession is still one axis, or am I missing something? That's over one axis, right? It doesn't precess over multiple axes.
It would be one. Yeah.
Okay. So then, okay, I've actually found some good pictures of what a precession versus a wobble versus a nutation would be. But to me, they definitely can't be doing it all at once. So one shape cannot simultaneously be wiggle wobbling trepidatiously in all these different axes. That's what I first thought. And someone was like, nah, it's stupid. Doesn't never see in the dark. And I was like, let me double check, because we do that. We're not arrogant fuck with like somebody who just recites propaganda and stuff. So then now that I'm looking at it, it does seem to be physically impossible. So somebody explain how this makes sense, I guess, or am I wrapping it up here with retarded? Move on.
Well, no, I mean there would be like you could find like differences in how much it's processing. That's what the periodicity that you would measure like over a period of time would show you.
But not so it's you look the axes though. It's processing, unilaterally on a 4-degree tilt for one place, and then it's also on a 23, responding to the 23.4 degree ecliptic of the solar system, and then also nutation slightly wobble on its regular spinning axis, and then the final one is like this third. Yeah, so it's like that it can't possibly be doing all of those wobbles, and the time that it does 1/4 doesn't affect the other ones it's not doing.
Yeah, we'd have to see the citation on that, man. If someone said that, like, that sounds pretty out there.
Well, I mean, it might be retarded, and I just gave it too much credit. It does happen sometimes, but I was like thinking about a spinning top, right, and how it seems to be doing things, and it's just going really fast. But maybe I'm just overthinking it. Like this one.
No, I mean, well, so it is like kind of somewhat possible, right? Like, let's say, like, according to what Elias could do with the paraconical pendulum, like he was able to, like he was able to do harmonic, analysis. So he was able to check, to find periodicity that matched with the motion of the moon through that. But that's just that one thing. Like, that's that much analysis just to find the periodicity of the moon. Yeah, that's actually pretty out there. Like, maybe, like, you're getting into some pretty intense, computations, right? Like, you'd be doing that on a computer at that point for sure. If you're saying that you're getting all of that in a pendulum precession, 3 different wobbles.
No, I mean, I don't think it was a pendulum. I think it was a gyroscope something. I don't know. Let me go back and find the actual thing we're trying to refute.
Oh, okay.
I was look at the wobularity 3 axes, and they were like, no, it does this because this. And I was like, wait, does it?
I don't know. So, yeah, I'd have to see their source.
Yeah, but when people confidently just go, nuh-uh, and you're like, oh, wait, am I wrong? No, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. Nuh-uh is not that substantial.
Sometimes when the nuh-uh is laden with, 30 other fallacies hurled in your face, it's just like, all right, fine.
Well, dude, I learned from, like, all of my best content has come spurred from Twitter troll nonsense, surface level stuff that started like this when someone's like, flat earthers can't do eclipses. Like, hold my beer.
So you were saying the other night, Shane, that predicting eclipses based off of like a constant rate for Earth's rotation was a no-go, and that's part of the reason why they have to keep readjusting them as it gets closer to the event.
That is definitely part of the reason, but it's like an overarching thing that like the rate at which the sun precesses and gives us our concept of time is seemingly not constant, right? If it's based on perception and it varies, then they have problems. But it definitely affects eclipse predictions. The more the further back you go, or the model extends the years, the more off that time gets. They call it delta T, or terrestrial time, and they have a whole series of formulas that'll correctly adapt and accommodate for this discrepancy. And it's like, oh, So you know that thing that Bob measured that definitely used the rotating Earth, and it's like, turns out we don't have a real good grasp on how fast that is, because when we use it in math, we can't do it right. And I know it's basic for our rotation rate, and it's super easy, and everyone knows that, thanks, Bob, but it fucks up our eclipses, it fucks up our dynamic things. We can't do it with the sun, with the termdate.com error. We have to make adjustments, we have to convert it to ellipses, we have to use an ephemeris, and it's like, oh, wait. If it's so easy, right? No, it's not. So delta T terrestrial time is notorious. Also, you have the sidereal and solar and lunar month, synodic month, and all time difference that lines up. So you have a solar year, a lunar year, and I think the sidereal year. And guess what? How many years have to pass for those things to line up again? That's 33. Anyway.
You don't say. 30 thrice years.
Terrestrial T. Someone look it up. It's super boring, but like they don't have a handle on it. Is all the point.
Nice. Well, it's rotating. You just can't feel it or express it mathematically, in a coherent way.
Thanks, Bob. How fast is it rotating? Oh, I don't know. Well, thanks, Bob.
So like a constant translational speed? No.
It varies. Oh, great. That proves Earth wobble, right?
Can't you measure the absolute speed, though, because it's a rotation? No, only the angular displacement. Okay. Sorry I asked.
Yeah, man, the notion of time is interesting, right? As an abstract. We were talking about this the other day for fun. Like, would we know what time is without the sun? And my answer was no. It's literally dependent on night and day cycle. We wouldn't have any way to conceptualize it. All of our solar time, our day, our count, our hour, time, second, all based on the sun and a circle, right? So you think we have a better handle on it by now. And it's like, God's little trick, right? You guys think you can quantify things and use math in perpetuity? Good luck.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point, especially when you think about their assertions about like the billions of years based on geological findings. And it's like, how do you even know that day and night cycle was? Well, I guess because they claim never mind, they claim their orbital motion or whatever. They would just claim the orbit has always been perfect, even though, and the rotation's always been perfect, even though Pangea was happening. They had a big old clump on the side of it, but it just kept rotating and orbiting the same all that time. Okay.
It's only a problem when you have to justify it or anything. You can just say stuff all you want.
Well, we know because plate tectonics and Pangea and spin.
It's alarming how hard they have to try to insert years and longevity into everything that they do, though, is it not? It's like, hey, you know how long it's been? About 1 billion years. How long is 1 billion years? Well, how far away is that? Well, the speed of light? God. All right. Is everything going to be 10,000 years? Well, how do you know? Well, we carbon dated it. Okay. All right. This is a radiation layer from 10,000 years ago from the Cretaceous period of a 63. Like, listen. Your accuracy with a weak prediction in the weather is subpar at 50%, and you're taking that to 73 billion years ago in a different period. I'm just going to stop listening to atheists who see back in time.
Yeah. Looking out into the sky, and it's just, back in time. Yo, we see some hands up here. Do you have a list going, Alan? Before I call someone out?
Let's see what we got here. We got no. The list completely fell apart at Salty and Eli. We've been on a complete derail, free fall roller coaster in a gravitational well. So pull us out, lads.
All right, let's do Ken. What's up, Ken?
You must be seeing an old hand.
An old hand. All right, then. Laylee, I'm assuming your hand is actually up?
Liliana's waving.
Hello.
What's up?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to reload. I can't see anything.
Oh. Yeah, I was just gonna say that is that Aether Cosmology handled, is that affiliated with you guys? It is, right?
Yeah. I run the YouTube. We all contribute to the to the YouTube channel, and then but yeah, that's I upload to that on YouTube and Rumble, and
Toby
run
And
the
then
Twitter.
so is Aether Cosmology? Do you have a account on Twitter X also?
Yes. Yep.
Oh yeah, that's good. Because I was thinking, keep that account active and post, all the latest pertinent stuff on it, because it just sounds like this word ether is beginning to get around. So for whatever it's worth, you may as well just kind of keep that account active, because people might just look up that word, and they should find you,
Catching them hashtags, good point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's exactly the plan. So yeah, that's kind of my thought was.
so should we just hashtag the word ether, or your whole the whole name?
Dude, honestly, we should all hashtag the same, like 40 hashtags every time we communicate with each other, but none of us do. We really, really should. Let's see if we can uniform that, or at least get it together.
Well, one of you should post the hashtag that you want posted, and then just let us know, and then we'll post it, right?
Like, more is better, I think, and there's no disadvantage for more. So it's going to be like a hefty list, I think.
Oh, another thing I was thinking was, wouldn't it be kind of cool to have like a little documentary where Shane and Toby and Stone and whoever else,
just that other guy, maybe. I don't know.
Shane and Alan.
There you go.
And Alan, what? And Piezo. Did I get that right? Piezo.
There's a wide margin of acceptable error on that one, so we're fine.
Well, anyway, so you guys should play Globies and then debate Witsit, because it would be kind of like a fair fight, would be, he'd have worthy opponents, right? But then you guys could do it in a way where like you just could do it with a little bit of attitude, but then you could also show off your knowledge of the globe model, so that they're like, oh wow, these people really know the globe model. But then at the same time, what you guys can do is like really expose all the holes in it, and that would be so funny. And here and there you could make Mr. Parrot Lad show up and do the squawk, or I mean, you could make it a little yeah, you could make it funny here and there a little bit, because humor always makes people remember things. Like for me, the commercials and stuff that always stood out for me the most way back in the days when I used to watch TV was the funny ones, like those are the ones I remembered, or any little funny things. So humor is good. But anyways, I was thinking that would be such a cool little documentary to do, where you guys not pretend, but like play the role of Globies and just show off your knowledge, but then also expose all the big gaping holes. Because I think, it's important that the layperson, all the normies, they really should understand that this isn't some, toothless morons, Bible thumping, flat earthers. Because that, I think the media did a really good job of pushing that concept, of like flat earthers being these stupid people that are still in the dark ages, and they still believe what our ignorant ancestors believed. You know what I mean? So we have to really kind of like show them that, are you kidding me? Flat earthers are some of the smartest, most critical thinking, practical, honest. I mean, in every way, I think that the general honest flat earther is that way. They're all like, they subscribe to like, natural living, and to justice, and to goodness, and to truth, and real physics, and independent thinking, and original thinking, and stuff like that. So anyways, I was just thinking that would be such a fun documentary to do, because I was, there's almost no genuine glober that can be a worthy opponent to Witsit. So, but you guys would be, if you guys just played the role.
That's true, because I would personally try and stump him. I'm already thinking about ways I could be the best Glober. So I see your point, Liliana. Like, that would be really fun. And on schooling Globers, when like we do it for an instant, it's definitely the most constructive back and forth that I've ever seen. So that's definitely something.
Yeah. And I mean, at the end, you guys could all be talking about it. And I mean, you could even in the beginning just say, look, we're playing the Globers, because honestly, you can even tell them, like, look, we know the globe model better than Globers do. And so we're more qualified than actual Globers to play Globers in this debate, and you are the only worthy opponents, really. But it just would be fun if there was some humor. Also, yeah, I think in one of the spaces a few weeks ago or something, I did talk about, I don't know, Shane, if you were actually, it sounded to me like you were saying the same thing, but I was asking about, like, how the heck do you reconcile, three, if not four different motions and, as many different velocities that Earth is supposed to be traveling along with sun and solar system and blah, blah, blah. And I think that's just like such an important thing to, there's certain items I feel like we should, they're like holding the feet to the fire in terms of, the globy model. Like, we have to hold our feet to the fire with certain questioning certain dogma. And this one to me is a really important one. Like, how the heck do you resolve that? Wouldn't like because it's not like we're just spinning nicely, neatly on our axis. We have to be moving around the sun at the same time. So that's going to affect how even that spinning on the axis itself is shaped, like how would you draw it? Like, if you had to see it, being drawn, if the axis was a pencil and drawing it, it would just change everything. Because we don't think about stuff like that.
As usual, you make excellent points.
Well, we do. Yeah, we think about stuff like that. As I'm thinking about it right now, you're describing it. Like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But they don't, right? So the whole point is they don't actually know any of this. They go, it works, right? How does it work? I don't know. I'm too dumb. But the smart people who already told me know how it works, they know how it works, and they're right. So that's it.
Yeah, see, you should be doing stuff like that in the documentary. Just exactly what you did just now.
Right? That's the global position minus insults, calling you fuckwits, and then adding it with 3 add-ons. It's like, oh, you're doing the correct response, but without all the stuff I'm used to. Could you gaslight me harder? I'm getting a little uncomfortable, actually.
Yeah, man. Just use Google Earth. That shit works.
Exactly.
The fact that, if I may just say something, the fact that you bring up about how, a lot of us know the globe model better than they do. The issue that you would have with that is that if you had Toby or Shane or Alan pretending to be globies, stating the globies' position, the real globies would say, oh no, they're straw manning our position. That's not really how we feel. That's not really what we think. Even though that would be correct, I think you would get a lot of that because people don't even know what they believe. But still be entertaining to watch for sure.
That's yet another invitation to clarify and expose what they think is the straw man, and we'll blow that out of the water too. Or what shouldn't be the straw man argument. What is the real steel man argument that we're somehow missing when talking about a particular issue? I would invite them just as readily to contribute in objection along that vector and just shoot them out of the water twice.
Yeah, I just don't underestimate the globies' power to be retarded. Really,
very good.
I agree. There is no limit to stupidity.
Tremendous.
Yeah, dude, it's so crazy. It's like listening to some of these past discussions, even on Flat Earth Fridays, with a known physicist who works at CERN, and just how he just completely folds. It's crazy. It's pretty insane. So I just don't expect anything but like the worst.
I think that the general public will see what's really going on, though. Even though, I think the most resistance really will come from people that are like PhDs or whatever, or the really dumb ones. But I think anyone with decent amount of intelligence, if they just, dig a little bit, they'll say like, oh wow, these guys definitely were steel manning it and they know what they're talking about. Because you can't argue with the truth. I mean, yeah, they can keep saying we're lying and we're straw manning or blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, anybody intelligent enough will just know who is right and who is wrong. And honestly, those are the people we want to collect, even though they might be, the minority right now, because those are the kind of people that will pull the average or below average minds, into the truth. You know what I
It is
mean?
a
Because
top-down process. I agree.
yeah, yeah, because you're just going to attract people with the maximum honesty, maximum, goodwill, maximum intelligence, maximum ability to, think outside the box, and so on and so forth, and people that don't just accept authority. So we're going to actually just attract the best out of the general public. I think the PhDs are just sticking to that position for all these other reasons, for their careers or ego or just, massive, what's the word, cognitive dissonance or whatever, so, but those, I think that's not the general public. I still feel like there's, the general public of the more intelligent ones there will totally get the point.
Do you say you can't argue with the truth? Yeah, unfortunately, Liliana, you absolutely can. Matter of fact, you can dispute facts. You can say nonsense. You have to not adhere to logic. You can reify yourself. You can like it's a little bit crazy. Like they don't actually have the motivation that we do, and this is something I think that we kind of forget. Like our motivation is almost unanimous. It's different, but we want the truth. We want to have a discussion. We want engagement, and we just assume that other people do too, and that's our fault, right? Because their aim and motivation isn't to talk to us, to elevate their arguments, to understand their position better, to gain any sort of insight, to truly understand how we think flat Earth works at all. It's more like, how do I get more followers and seem momentarily interesting, or be part of the social club, or become accepted in people that never have accepted me, or seem, smarter to people who I think are inferior. That's more akin to what they're after all the time. And when you view it from that framework, all their actions make way more sense.
Oh, that makes me think of, you guys seen the most recent robot polisher video with the pastor that wants to go to Antarctica or whatever, and he
Duffy.
just, oh my God, it's so bad. Like, he's just so disingenuous, and like, I don't even think he's a real pastor, dude. Like, I think that's a total front, because that guy presents him with this idea of like, so you're gonna side with the government corporation that, or the government entity that claims that we evolved from primordial ooze, which goes against your Bible, and you're going to believe what they say with these pictures rather than believing the Bible. And it's just really bad. It's on the table.
Angry monkey.
Yeah, he's mad. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, I would definitely check it out for sure, because it's worth watching.
Did I just lose audio? Anybody still there?
No.
I was talking. I was talking to my stream on silent, so yeah, it was fun.
I'm just tired over here.
Well, that's very nice of you guys to have the space. subbing for sacred and proud. That's very sweet of you. So thank you very much.
We definitely can't step into those shoes and do 9 hours of streaming and take the whole thing. That's like, I have no interest in that. Power to them, right? But I can't do any of that. That's crazy. But everyone's got accustomed to doing stuff on Friday. So come hang out with the Flat Earth crew as usual.
There was one thing that I had mentioned earlier that I posted on my Instagram about Admiral Byrd being on that chronoscope, and he talks about most people focus solely on what he says about Antarctica and how there's lands past the pole, but there's a brief moment where he says something about the North Pole, and he says, "Oh well, not so much the North Pole because it's getting crowded up there, and there's, it's good for military purposes and living, but yet." On our globe model, there is no land there. So what is he talking about? It's like they've completely erased it. And it was something that I've noticed for a minute, but I kind of finally put something together for it. But no, does anyone else find that a little bit ironic, that the fact that he mentions that and yet there is no land in the North Pole on all of our current maps?
That is a bit odd.
Yeah, no, I thought that was a known thing. Like they took that away. They scrubbed it from the Google Earth. It became blurry. Then it was gone. Then it was just, guess what? It's just been iced uniformly here all the time. Never been anything else. Don't worry. But there's a couple maps that have it like added on for funsies. I think one of them that I use, it adds in like the 4 land masses in the giant river right at the tip of the North Pole when you're just using the map. I thought it was a known thing. That's like the 4 rivers, the legend of Yggdrasil, I think, or whatever, the big whirlpool at the center is, and the conjunction.
Hyperborea, yeah, right.
Yeah.
But it's not something that I certainly learned about in school.
No, yeah.
I didn't learn that until I started learning about the flat Earth stuff.
It's like, sit down, Truman. We've already explored everywhere. Don't worry, nowhere else to go.
Yes, Truman Show style. What's odd about it is on Google Earth, it's almost as if it's a face. Like, in fact, it looks like a structure of a giant, like a human head and shoulder. Like, if you look at the structure of that area on Google Earth, it looks like someone is laying down, like a human body is laying down on its side, like with all of North America, and the spine goes down south. It's actually really, if it's correct, which I don't think that it is, but it's almost like they've drawn in a human figure in there, and you can see his face on the north, where the North Pole would be. It's pretty strange.
Weren't they saying in the 90s that the North Pole was going to be completely ice-free, that it was going to be just ocean or something?
Yes, and that every polar bear was going to be dead, and yeah,
the water level is going to rise. Everyone look out. It's going to take over the world unless you pay us money and stop the cow farts. In the meantime, I'm going to buy all the beachfront property. Don't worry about what it's for. It's not for that. Don't worry about the bank. Yeah, it's like, guys, I'm smelling a scam. Someone put a picture that was like, oh, the threat of water level rising, and it was like a 20-year separation, and it was like a centimeter, and they were like, boy, I'm glad I kept throwing away my plastic and used paper straws.
Yeah, Plymouth Rock is the prime example of that.
Also in the 80s, they used to say that we were going to run out of fresh water, like drinking water.
Yeah, that's impossible. It turns out that they like, once they figured out department stores, they were like, hey, we sell more stuff if we tell them we don't have any stuff. And they're like, manufactured scarcity, you say, to socially engineer desire to buy our products. Interesting. And guess what, guys? Not any vaccines for anyone or whatever. Just say they learned that and apply it to everything now. It's like half off, mark it up to mark it down. Look, this is going to save you money, right? All that stuff gets translated socially from economics to socially engineering your reactions and behavior.
Well, and then they also teach us all that evolution's a real thing and that we, evolved from primordial ooze into monkey people. And now here we are. Yet meanwhile, they all seem to be worshiping.
Yo, sorry, I'm gonna get back in there in just 1 second. I was trying to refresh the interface because it seemed like my interface was bugged there, but I didn't want to give you guys dead air. My bad. I cut off. Which is not cool. Here we go.
Yeah, it's
Because
very.
they obviously believe what they're worshiping.
It's an interesting way. So they believe in like Gnostic duality based on like their religion. It goes way back, but like you can be, say, let's take Bill Gates, a public-facing philanthropist helping out all of humanity with your wonderful programs, education, in your right hand, and then subservient to a secret devil and you're practicing on kids in Africa and doing all sorts of escalated trials of putting mosquitoes with mRNA vaccines to help the public on the left hand, and you're like, see, duality, right? The one washes out the other. I'm karmically free from these actions. I am not doing any evil, right? It's on you. That's how I think they see it.
Yeah, it's crazy when his speech about overpopulation and with proper vaccine mandates, we can lower that. Like, whoa, what, dude?
Dude, that was how we started.
Get her down there.
People were like, I'm misinterpreting that. And I was like, please provide the correct interpretation and context of this statement.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Tell me where killing people is better and smart, right? Contextualize it any which way you can. Like, we have to kill all the people. Hey, Bill, here's a thought, right? What if we get them to kill themselves? Work with me here. It's like, oh, brilliant. Let's do that. Everyone should sacrifice yourself for the good of Mother Earth. I'm gonna drive to a conference and tell everyone how you should do that in my super jumbo jet, wasting all the fossil fuels that we garnered from dinosaur juice that's definitely running out. But you should not eat food, eat bugs, live in a thing, go in a box, and be in virtual reality. That'll help. Oh, and to stop all this, you got to give me your money, even though I have all the money already. That's how it works, right? Climate change.
Meanwhile, buy up all the land, all the farmland, and then say there's not enough food.
Yeah, manufactured scarcity in a place where water is infinite and falls from the sky, and food, if you drop it in the dirt, will just grow infinitely. You're like, guess what, guys? There's no water in food. And you're like, but wait a second though.
Yeah, well, and I think that brings the point of why it's so important to have these communities of, and specifically, I think flat Earth, because it's so based in fundamental understanding of truth that it goes back to hey, what you felt when you were a child was actually correct. You had to literally make yourself believe someone else got you to buy into an idea of a globe and basically go against all of your senses to trust the authority who has now proven themselves to be not exactly trustworthy, just to be polite about it. And that's why now it's so important to have these spaces that do promote truth, that promote health and well-being. I'm very much trying to do what the community that we talk about here. I do very much try to bring it into my own neighborhood, in that sense, because I think that's really the best way to get this kind of out. And it's kind of it's 2024. Sober is the new drunk and pregnant's the new skinny, and I don't know, I feel very fortunate to be alive at this time, and it's kind of good that we have globies to work off of. I am really kind of afraid of when this thing does tip over and more people are introduced into flat Earth, like these spaces won't be as intimate and they won't be as free. And I am a bit concerned about that, but I do believe that it's better that the truth be revealed rather than be misled the way that it has been. So that's my thoughts on it.
Man, I had a contribution to your first part, and then I got distracted and listened to your second part and forgot.
Well, I was just talking about how important it is that, these spaces hold truth, and to take this out into our communities, and, like, that's a wonderful thing to be able to do. But, and why and why I said, it being 2024 and health is the new way to be, sober's the new drunk and pregnant's the new skinny. Like, fuck these globers. Like, I don't know.
Emulate us anyway. Like in high school when there was a cool group and then there was like emulation group and then there was people who pretended not to emulate the cool group and you were like, oh, the whole thing is about this in appearance. I get it. It's like that, except these were the people that were never involved and included and never had any sort of like standing and never got any sort of gratification. So the dopamine that they are now getting is like an overdose form, and it's having ridiculous effects on people that aren't used to being, looked up to, included, and or not ostracized. So that, I think, is a big part of the anti-flat Earth groupie thing, which is nothing to do with arguments, rationality, or stuff. It's like, hey, we're included in a group, and our whole theme is we bash on people who are dumb, stupid flares. Look at that map. They can't even do sunsets. Easy.
Yeah, well, and you can see that is very apparent when people are devoting their entire channels to anti-flat Earth as a strictly popularity monetization, program. It says a lot about the individual, and it's actually, as much as I'm gonna regret saying this, it's pretty sad. It's like it's fairly pathetic, and it's sad to watch these these anti-flat earthers spiral out. And it's like, didn't was it Craig or McToon, one of them had a heart attack while on air or something?
Yeah.
Like, dude, that's terrible.
Like, literally, these fans were like, stop debating Whitsitt. You get so worked up when he's there that it's just bad for you and him. And, for your health, you shouldn't debate it anymore. And we were like, that's priceless. But also, yeah, Craig, don't die. And have you heard of myocarditis? Oh, you just got a little myocarditis, you said? It's going to go away? Oh, boy. But again, he was the one, like, if you don't take this, then you're trash. You should be killed. You don't deserve a bed. He was pushing all that stuff. And I'm not saying that it's good, right? Like, I don't. When he's not on the air being an anti-flat Earth guy, he is just kind of a regular dude who's a nerd, right? Like, I talk to him a bunch, but because of that persona, he won't let that happen. So, like, it's it's weird to see that that happen and then be like, dude, I feel bad for you, but everything I know I'll try to help you with, you'll just turn and hurt me with, right? Like, I'll do it anyway. Like, here's 17 articles on why myocarditis and pericarditis escalated 50% in the last 2 years based on this demographic. And he was like, no, that's conspiracy. And I was like, yeah, I know. I knew you'd say that. Okay. Like, good luck.
Yeah. It's just, I think Austin has said it before, but I've thought this for a while now, that, like, I really don't know that everyone is supposed to wake up to this. I think that it will take, some generations.
Truth's not for you. Yeah, he's like, you don't get to have it. Oh, you're stupid? Yeah, this isn't for you, I guess. This isn't meant for you. That's his take on it. It's pretty funny now.
Yeah, and I think that there's people that it's too unsafe to look at, to look at any of the information. It's like, oh, the earth might be flat. Well, I can't look at it,
Dad, happy birthday.
Is it your birthday?
No, Dad.
It's not my birthday.
No, it's our pretend birthday.
I tried to mute.
No, it's our pretend birthday.
All right, pretend birthday. You got presents?
Yeah, hold on, let me think about that.
Yeah, he's got pretend presents too, man.
Dude, I remember what I was gonna say then, because you mentioned Whitsitt, and that's where I was going with it. I think when you said, like, pretend cake. You said Like, it's about the mind control, right? The way that they get you to believe it is they got to get you to think that nothing you see is that. Like, you can't trust your senses. Sure, it looks that way, but it's not. Why? Math and science that you don't understand. Sure, it looks that way, but it's not, because, you know, smarter people have figured it out. And sure, it seems that way, but the math that guy made says that that's wrong. And like, enough of that gets you to a point where you can be like enslaved and mind controlled. You're like, oh, so I'll just surrender all my knowledge to the authorities then, because I seem to be wrong about everything, and everyone seems to agree with that. So I'll just, you know, surrender. You know, this mainstream science, like, people who spend their life in labs and lab coats and waving on TV, those are the guys who've figured this out for me. I don't have to worry about it. I'm gonna go back to, you know, playing video games. But like, which it says it all the time. I think we should start reiterating this. The way that they get you to believe the globe is that they get you to not trust your own senses and surrender to authority. Without authority, there is no globe. And in fact, without the infrastructure to inflict authority, and that would be, you know, government, mainstream, authoritative, etc., then they can't have the globe. So really, the statism is part of where we get globularity, but most people aren't ready for that. So let's just stick to the flat Earth portion, right? And we can say that they can't have that without everyone surrendering their authority to the mainstream, which of course they wield to not everyone's benefit. In fact, to everyone's definite detriment and to their specific 1% benefit.
Yeah, well said. That I don't know. I know, listening to you guys reading over the papers and kind of how they came to the conclusions that they did, as far as just like trying to keep the heliocentric model afloat and everything. But I definitely do believe that there was at one point in time, somewhere along the lines, that this was a plan. And it may not even be that those people that planned it are even still alive. I doubt, well, I know they're not alive, obviously, but I'm saying that maybe even the people that set the plan in motion didn't even let their next of kin, who were going to be taking over like these elite ruling class. I wonder if some of them even know the truth about it, or if it was just set in motion and it snowballed into this thing where, you know, even they don't really, you know, maybe I don't know. I'm kind of just spitballing here, but my point is that although it is an idea based off belief, I definitely think there was some nefarious like planning behind it. And it certainly feels that way, you know, because the way that you get the public to all go against their senses and their sensibility and their logic. Like, the biggest part of that is you go against your own logic. And even as a child, you know, I remember thinking like upside down people in Australia is retarded. You know, like, I remember thinking that, like, this is the dumbest shit ever. And like, I had to like make myself believe otherwise. And to do that to an entire population of people, that's pretty dark, dude. Like, regardless of how harmless it might be to believe you're on a globe, that is extremely dark. So
I think that happened when Rockefeller or whoever got monopoly of the education system, because before that, you know, schools and stuff had the option to teach either both models or whatever, like the flat Earth model, and it was accepted. Like, people, you know, accepted that you could have a different model. But I think it's only when I think that's really when they first started to consolidate absolute total power. So that's when they got control of education, and then medicine, and, you know, of course, all the politics and all that stuff, you know. But also, you know, the other thing is that the Freemasons, basically, like, all the mid-level and lower level, which is the majority, you know, let's say the 98% people on the bottom, or 95%, or whatever, you know, they don't know what the very top 1% in the Freemason movement are doing. Like, we think the Freemasons are all practicing, you know, Satanism and this and that, but they're not, because the top guys keep the bottom people, bottom 90 or whatever percent people, in ignorance, and make them think that they're part of a noble group that basically helps each other in high professional settings, So they're all like helping each other become judges and lawyers. And it's like this high income group of people, and those are the majority of and I think that's the reason where it's been kind of hard to get the yoke of power off of the people, all of us, the common man, is that they actually have all these
This is
Freemasons
North
and
Dakota.
whatever, all the different people in their club that have no idea of what evil is in their own leadership. And so they're just thinking that they're normal because they promote morals and they promote ethics and a conservative value. Is remember that guy, the one that lost it, that what's his name? He debated Witsit recently. He's a Freemason, so
Oh, soy
so
lodge.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's the reason that they have so much power is that they all keep each other propped up and they have no idea that they're working for some really, really evil people at the top. But
Yep.
hopefully, the public is waking up to
Yep.
all the nonsense. I have a feeling that humanity might split up into two different groups like down the line. I think one of the groups will be lured into taking vaccines all the time, and then their health is going to go down and they're going to be eating like 3D meat, and then they're talking about building all these like underground cities. I think they're already like trying to do like a sample one in underneath LA or something, Los Angeles or something. So I think that one group is going to go that way, and they'll be lured with like basic income and kind of like you'll just be able to eat all the junk you want, and your medicine will be free, and your living quarters underground will be free, and you guys can just, play video games all day and do like, virtual reality. And I think another branch of humans are, they're going to be like maybe living in, smaller villages or towns and, like supporting actual farmers. I mean, that's why I love always going to the farmers market and shopping. Every week I go to the farmers market here and do all my shopping for produce and stuff because I really like supporting my local farmers. I feel like that's so important. But I think that I have a funny feeling that people are going to branch out because when I you read these people, like they're still pro-vaccines, and they're still like pro-science, and they still like put down everybody as conspiracy theorists and this and that. It's like sometimes I think there's no hope for those kinds of people. Like they're going to be lured into this
Well,
horrible artificial lifestyle.
there's hope, right? They're just 73 steps backwards on the staircase of ever increasing incongruity that they have to take to get to where we are. While I was listening to you, I was thinking about like what I usually think about in terms of these debates is the groups of people that we're debating, right? Like our group versus their group. The main differences of the characters and what separates us has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, flat, round. It's none of that, really. Really, what it all comes down to, and what connects us in this group, is that we know that a select group of people, whatever you want to call them, or how many, we don't know. What are the names? That doesn't matter. We know and have seen and recognized that a small group have worked together collectively throughout history to seize control of infrastructure, procedures, education, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, educate specifically books and textbooks, like you said, and they've used that as collectively to help themselves to our detriment. Exactly. Like so Rockefeller's quote for, I'm going to by the education system, we're going to educate youth to not be that smart. We don't need that. We're going to have them be just smart enough to run the machines and dumb enough to not ask questions or why, right? We're going to teach them how to count so we can get our books, but not about where money comes from that we print from debt. We're gonna teach them to go to school and not to talk back to authority, and then we're going to wield the authority against the people as the top down. So like the people who figured all this out and followed that trail took steps up the staircase. You could envision the first conspiracy theory, who shot JFK. That's probably fine. You're not taking that first step, right? They take the first step, you take the second step. So it's an ever increasing series of steps of incongruity called the staircase of disbelief, right? And the people who don't take steps know, I think, inherently, if I take that first step, right, I'm gonna have to take another and another and another, and then you got to go to the top, and then you're the crazy flat earther yelling at people on the internet. So I don't want that, right? So I can't do that. Therefore, JFK got shot by a magic bullet that divested itself simultaneously and went around and whatever, right? That's the process. But the whole point and why we disagree and why we can't talk past each other, why they don't listen, is because they're like, nah, government's safe. It would never hurt me. Pharmaceuticals are great. Vaccines are fantastic. Of course, the Earth's not flat. And it's like, how do I combat all of that by telling you it's flat?
I think Rufus is looking for a mic down there. Anybody want to give him one?
I've been trying, dude, from my phone. If you can try.
I see. Okay, great.
I don't know who Rufus is, but he has been asking in comments. So let's see. I'm just gonna start throwing mics. Did I lose my co-host? Yeah, I did.
I think you lost both your co-hosts. Both Toby and Alan are. Oh wait, no, they say speaker. Sorry. I'm going to mute up. I got to get the kiddo to bed. I will be listening. If you need to drop my mic, I won't be offended by it. If you guys are still going when I get done, I'll gladly join back in.
At this point, I'll give up my spot for you, man. You're always welcome.
No way, dude. Don't do that. You got a lot. Don't do that. That's a mistake. I'll tell you that right now.
You got to come to our Discord and hang out. We talk all the time, every day about this stuff instead of just this incorrect Twitter space on Friday where we may or may not be able to hear you.
Yeah, dude. I just said this on Tuesday. I used to have Discord because of an ex-girlfriend, because kind of the same reason I thought Terrence Howard sucked a lot was because Stone put it in my head. Well, this girlfriend kind of ruined things. But now that I know that you guys do so much on there, I definitely will start an account there for sure. So
yeah, that's fair. That's valid. It used to be 4 games, but it's essentially like the truth or home ground, and it's like that's like where all the crazy, super resourceful, smart, determined, intellectual people end up. It seems.
Yeah.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry about that, guys. I was been trying to get in forever. I found out my app was not up to date. So
Is that Rufus? Rufus, welcome.
Yeah. Hey, can I talk real quick? I've been trying to get in some words since you guys were talking about time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm total flat earther, no virus, all that.
Okay.
Not
That's what I was
a
going to
glober.
ask. I was like,
sorry about that. Yeah, but
talking.
I was about to start pretending to be a glober just so I could get in, but apparently it was a software issue. So now my question about time, I just want to know if you guys have seen this. So, our network time on computers, mobile devices and whatnot is all set via the internet through whatever atomic clock or whatever bullshit they use. Well, I don't even know if it's bullshit, but my point is that standalone time, like on a microwave, or I have a NAS server that I can manually set to the second, and time is increasingly speeding up on our phones. Does anybody notice this? Compared to, say, the microwave or my NAS or a standalone alarm clock, non-smart, not connected device, I get about 3 minutes of sped up time about every week and a half. Does anybody else notice this?
No, but I believe it.
Okay, now and when I try to wrap my mind around that, how is time consistently speeding up on my phone, but the sun is in the same spot? I can account for the daylight savings and all that bullshit, but it really it's kind of a mind fuck.
It's refraction, bro.
Dude,
yeah.
Time is actually a mind fuck. The keeping of time has been the single most man fucked with facet on Earth since we started. You got lunar calendar, solar calendars, Farmer's Day, daylight savings time. This one switching 12-hour, 24-hour military clock, non-military clock. Like the whole point is if they could change the sun, they would do it, right? But they can't.
I've
so
got
they change everything about.
Something just occurred to me. My Casio, my cheap Casio digital, it's like an analog style. It's like a clock face, but that one does pretty good. That thing is not cloud. It stays pretty close to NTP, the net network time.
That's weird because like I said, I have this manifesting on a microwave and an RV that I have that's connected to a 50 amp power supply and
those are using what? Probably quartz.
Yeah, and I get that for some devices, but then like my NAS server, which I manually set, it's doing the same thing. I'm about a week and a half in, and I'm 3 minutes slower than my PC.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about the manufacturing of modern day, like what is, I guess, what are those called? Just the clocks on the motherboard, right? Your CMOS
Yeah.
clock.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to ask that question. And also, you guys were talking about maybe some of the underlying motivations, with the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and all that, and how they've corrupted every single facet of society, when it comes to manufacturing. You guys do know that Prop 65, California's Prop 65, is full disclosure that basically everything that's manufactured nowadays in modern society is toxic and causes birth defects or cancer.
Yep. By design, right? It's like, oh, we
By
accidentally put
design.
all the chemicals in there that seem to, when combined, do all the worst things to you guys. That's weird, but we did it to our kids. It was a random coincidence.
Yeah, or the fact that that vitamin B17 in apricot seeds, it's related to cyanide supposedly, but it cures cancer.
Yeah, dude. Also, they created cancer and then suppressed
Oh,
all
yeah.
the things and then named it something different. And then people who have it don't even know what it is, don't understand it. Of course, the treatment for whatever it is to keep the symptoms not there and the underlying cause completely there, so we can keep billing you for the service for your whole life. That's how pharmaceutical
Absolutely.
systems work.
I'm big into terrain. I put it to practical use. I distill all my water and very conscientious. Wi-Fi is RF is a huge thing. So I live on an island out in the middle of nowhere. Very little RF. It's pretty cool.
Oh man, I was gonna say. Crap.
But the grand, as far as like a grand antagonist, who's behind all these guys, these evil people.
Always the same.
Well, I mean, what does the Bible say about the God of this world?
There you go. Right there you go.
I was an atheist for 45 years. I was in the military for 22 years, retired from the service, and I'm looking back now. I know what the U.S. government is, and I know that I was a fucking tool of propaganda. All bullshit. I've been to Iraq. Fortunately, I've never killed anybody. I was an aircraft maintainer, but still, we've gotten blown up by mortars and rockets and shit. And it's just so easy to see. I got lots of guys I know that died. And it's kind of disgusting. And of course, trying to tell this to anybody that isn't remotely turned on, my parents or other friends and families. I'm not new to this process. I know I've been going through it for about 4 years now, but it still blows my mind, the sheer cognitive dissonance. But yeah, I think it's all Satan. Whether you want to look at Satan as a dude with horns, personalize it, or if you want to look at it as an archetypal energy form or something like that, you start doing bad shit, Satan will definitely help you, but there's always a price to be paid. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, that goes back to what I was saying about how they taught us evolution, that there is no God, yet they seem to be worshiping the other side of it,
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That's kind of what happened. Like the whole whether it was the devil or God or evil or evil incarnate, whatever you want to think about, it makes no difference, right? The action has happened. So someone somewhere, it started a long time ago, started taking control in secret of little things, little groups, little cults, little like so-called, let's say the first like Illuminati, the first meeting, the cult and the meet, and like, all right, secretly we got to do these things because we have ancient magic based on Gnosticism and all the long lost things, and that's been the game forever. And the way they have to do it, because if they tell you point blank what they believe, who they worship, and what it is, you're like, that's fucking retarded. Also, get my kids away from me. We got to put you in fucking jail. So they're like, hey, I'm going to tell you a secret and a story, and we're going to go through this cult, and you're going to elevate through levels of knowledge. We're going to be a group of secrets, but you're going to have all the secrets until we give you more secrets at the top, right? It's a wonderful form of control. Everyone thinks they're doing one thing. You have compartmentalization and connectivity, right? So other groups, Illuminati, Freemasons, Jesuits, Zionists, all these groups get infiltrated, subverted, and directed towards the same goal. So over a course of, say, generations, or say it's targeted 60 years or so of lots of people working collectively with all the money in the world, they have all the groups that were doing their own secret thing have now been collectively reassigned and coerced to do this specific one thing in all different gradations, variations, levels, and hierarchies. So you have infrastructure, Royal Society, education, pushing globularity. You have authoritative sources, in mainstream science and astrophysics becoming a branch of philosophy and faith. Like all of that wasn't random, and it was coincided. It was measured, it was controlled, it was exactly determined and pushed and coerced. And when things happen in the world that are natural, even if they are natural, they are instantly like targeted, subverted, infiltrated, and pushed towards this ultimate goal. Things like social change and movements, the 60s, hippies, feminism, etc. All that is the Rockefellers. So
it's too big to be, one human or one group of humans. It's supernatural. It has to.
I'll call them Rockefellers, but it's not even them. It's the group of people who are above them in the bloodlines, who are all part of the basic people who came back from like the ancient rites, who think that their blood is divine because they have the divine right of the politician to rule. Those people. Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah, and well, I wonder if it even extends past that, as far as I've had some thoughts about this, of like the idea that, and I'm not, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings here. I'm not exactly Christian. I do have faith in God. Like it just is what it is. But I wonder if when you look into some of the like numerology, like the number sequences, even behind some of the past things that have gone on, like whether that be the incident in New York, or some of these shootings, there's these numbers that are attached to it that seem to be like almost, and I don't want to get too woo-woo here, but almost supernatural. Like there's no way that someone could have figured out how to input all these numbers, but you see these reoccurring themes in each one, and they seem to be backed up with numerics, and so it's almost as if there's this, for lack of a better term, a demonic possession that takes place and kind of goes on. And yeah, it's very strange though, for sure. Like,
do you guys talk about Mandela effect at all, or is that something that gets poo-pooed in here?
This conversation's like always been more about the science.
Yeah,
but
I get it.
Dude, but you might get poo-pooed for any topic at any given point. People have their own opinions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I will say that even Bob Nodell was a proponent. He knew what was up with the Mandela effect.
It's a mind logic puzzle, and we can only rest on a single tautology, and that is that we only experience one timeline ourselves. Time goes by one time in one way, and if people did go back and change something, we are only experiencing the changed version. We would not know anything about the original version, because for us, time only happened once. So the Mandela effect itself is by definition physical fiction.
Okay, but I get that. But how does it work then? Because I'm definitely
It doesn't work. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Logically, it does not work. You should
it doesn't
watch
work
the Big Bang
logically.
Theory.
It's all paradox.
There's an old Big Bang Theory episode where they talk about it with context of Back to the Future 2, when they do the time travel analysis thing on the whiteboard, and it's gold. I've posted it in the Stone Cold.
I'm guessing
you're at least,
you're pretty young,
and I recommend that you watch it. You think I'm young? Oh,
I'm just asking.
So
no, it's not. I don't mean that as an insult in any way.
No,
I take it that
I'm sure I'm a number of years older.
Young people don't believe.
How old are you?
Wait, yeah, where did you get that? Just because he doesn't believe Mandela effect, you think he's young?
No. Why don't stop judging and listen for a second? There's a very good reason why I asked that. And you said that you're probably older than me. Just out of curiosity, like I said, this is very respectfully. How old are you? I'm 49. Well, I'll be 49.
I'm a half a decade and some older than you.
Okay. Yeah. The only reason I was trying to establish that is because some of the shows that I watched when I was a kid, some of the impressions that I had when I was a child, how am I sharing that memory of something that's very specific with a lot of other people? They have the same exact memories, but that's not how it ever was.
I can't get into the psychological subjective. That's just not a place where anybody can logically argue from. Sorry, man.
Well, I'm not asking about the psychology aspect of this. I'm asking, how do you have a group of people, say 1 million people, that very clearly have memories that were imprinted into their minds of specific events, specific details that differ from the way it is now?
Well,
like I say, I know this is completely paradoxical. I know this is paradoxical, and there's no way to approach this from a scientific perspective.
I approached it from a logical perspective, not a scientific one. And, that's how we got here.
I don't think everything in this universe is purely logical, though. And I know that might sound a little odd, but when it comes to, rational thinking, I think that we are all in some kind of box, even if you don't see that box, like we were all in the globe box for a while. We don't know all the answers. We don't have a firm enough baseline to even know what is real.
Can I speak to that real quick, to what you just said? Because
yeah.
So that's part of the issue with it is I don't know. My personal thoughts on it are that we're just starting to find out that the fact this place isn't a fucking ball, bro. We don't even know what this place is and what we're capable of doing in this place. We don't know how. We do have some evidence of how powerful belief is, but we don't know to what extent that belief, how far reaching that could be. So one thing that I think that is, when you bring this topic up, if you meet some resistance, then, it will always bring you back to your truth. Whether just like you bringing it up is going to bring Stone to his truth. Mm-hmm. Whether he agrees or disagrees, we always go back to our truth of the matter. So one thing that I don't know that is very worth it is trying to convince someone whether it's real or not, because I do believe that is a little bit subjective, because you're going through, your past experiences and how these multiple of people have experienced something and now it is different. Who's to really say? I don't know that my point to it is I don't know how fruitful it is to kind of defend or argue, particularly in this space, but we are all entitled to our own opinions. That's what's wonderful about Flat Earth, is that we get to try and figure out what it means for ourselves. I think that as long as it brings you to a space where you are closer to the idea of a creator that is personal to you, that is what is probably most important. And then figuring out what this place is, how it works, and how you can apply it logically to your own life to improve your life, so you can improve the lives of those around you. And that's what I would say.
And after we get that far,
I agree with
then
that.
we can spend some time on conjecture.
No, I get that. Do any of you guys know any breatharians by chance?
I've heard. I've never met any personally. I know what it is. Well, Toby did say he stopped eating for the sake of carbon footprint, so he might be one right now.
I actually heard that. When I was no, I mean, okay, so how does one logically approach that then? Just speculating. I'm not trying to argue, and I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything.
No.
I just want to.
No, that's a good question. I think logically the way to approach that would be that we don't actually breathe oxygen. We breathe the electrical charge that is attached to the oxygen. For lack of better word, molecules.
Yeah.
And that's actually what the body absorbs. And then, so I could see how that could be very possible, because we're electrical beings. Sorry, that's my 4-year-old saying no more. Conversation done. But that's what I would say to it. I think that's logically how it would work, because we're electrical creatures. We have an electrical system, and we seem to breathe electrically. and all that. So yeah.
Oh, Democ got here. I didn't see Democ come in. Sorry.
Any of you guys sun gaze by chance?
Oh, sure. Hey, but back to the Mandela effect. I think that if I could add to that, I think that the people that are in charge of this place or control this place or control the information mostly are dead set on controlling our reality, whatever it takes, right? And they have a hand in the Mandela effect, and they're actually
they're absolutely a part of
manipulating
it.
information, right? Yeah, right. So they're doing that, and they could switch.
I don't like you guys
small
getting
details.
together. Actually, this is going to be bad.
All right. So do you think that this guy? Do you think that do you see Mandela effect as like different timelines, or
I have no idea. I don't even speculate on it, honestly. I just know that this world is not what we think it is. It's not what we were told it is. Obviously, we know that we don't live on a globe. We know that viruses aren't real, or if they're not a source of pathogenic infection, at least. We've falsified everything. I'm not making any positive claims.
Right. Well, it seems like there's a lot of practical reasons for a lot of these Mandela effects, that people talk about. I've found a lot of answers.
C-3PO's golden calf.
What was your answer for that? What did you find out about that?
C-3PO's golden calf. I was just throwing that out there as the YouTube server, but it is kind of if you look at it from a biblical perspective, worshiping the golden calf, and now his calf is silver and not gold.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I didn't think about that part of it. Yeah, I think that I would guess a practical answer for that one is when they remade the first one. That there was a different stock, a different film stock, and it was more apparent when he was in the desert. But regardless of that, there's a lot of they can even switch different. I think they filmed things twice sometimes and put these in. Like this is a long con with the Mandela effect.
Oh, it's a very long con. But yeah. I mean, I have, like I said, we don't really need to go into that. But yeah, if you guys aren't
you were a true believer.
What's that?
I thought you were a Mandela effect true believer.
Oh, I'm definitely Mandela. I am Mandela affected. I know it's real for me. I'm not saying it's real for you, but it absolutely is real for me.
Well, I'm interested. What would you guess is the reason for the things like? Why would it be small details of like companies and stuff that change rather than like bigger things?
Like I said, C-3PO's golden calf. That channel talks about a lot of stuff. The words that have changed, like Haas avocados, Haas, becoming Haas avocados, Hass. What's it? Snoopy. Charles Scholes used to be Charles Schultz. I used to read it every Sunday. Peanuts. I mean, just stuff like that. The removal of different letters. Skechers, the T going from it. Of course, Skechers has to gaslight us with Mr. T, saying he's the only T in Skechers. I mean, I don't know.
Well, like I said, what would you think the reason would be? Like, could it be them doing those things?
How? No, I have no idea. Like I said, I'm not.
Well, I mean, if their goal was to like control all the information, right, and then that's why we see some residual, right? So
well, I don't see this.
Thing,
this isn't being done from my perspective. This is not being done by anything human. This is very supernatural. I have no idea what it means and how it happens. Nothing.
Were you asking about sun gazing? Who was asking about sun gazing?
I was asking if anybody in here explored the benefits of sun gazing.
Yeah, I live in the Pacific Northwest in Portland, Oregon.
Me too. Hey, I just left Portland, Oregon 3 years ago and moved up to an island here in Washington.
Oh, yeah. So, we don't have a whole lot of sun here, as you know, huh?
Oh, I know.
We don't have a whole lot of sun. But I do gaze whenever I can. And in summer, when if the sun's too high, like, it's best to gaze early in the morning or later in the evening or whatever. Because I only gaze at the sun if I can just stand straight and just look ahead. It's okay if I have to put my eyes up a little bit, but I don't gaze at the sun if I have to move my head up.
Oh, so, yeah. Well, I mean, I used to cover one eye when I lived in Portland is when I started. I lived in Tigard and worked down in Tualatin in Lamb Research. And I used to sun gaze I'd go out with my buddies. They all smoked. I didn't smoke, but I'd go out in the smoke breaks and I'd just be out there the whole time sun gazing. And yeah, working, the sun's pretty weak, especially in the winter. The summer, it's okay. But I was like that. I used to cover one eye because I was worried, what happens, because I had faith, but it wasn't 100%. I know that might sound kind of weird, but I like extremes. So now I just, both eyes, noon, it doesn't matter. You get used
Well,
to it.
yeah, I find that my eyesight is like noticeably better, like for a couple of days. But then if it's cloudy and then I can't sun gaze or something for a couple of days, for if it's raining all day or whatever, like I will notice that my eyesight isn't as good as on the days that I sun gaze. But I kind of made a different discovery also, because now it's getting warmer and well, the sun is getting higher.
Oh yeah.
But early in the morning, it's still kind of too cold to actually just get out and sun gaze. So
Yeah.
what I've been doing is, I have this little bit of gold that it's kind of highly polished, and so I've been sitting out in the sun when it's pleasant and warm. Um, but the sun is too high to gaze for me. So then what I've been doing is I've been just like letting the sun's reflection fall on that little piece of really highly polished 22 karat gold. I've been looking at that instead, like looking at the reflection of the sun in the gold. And it's having the same effect. So
Yeah, I
so
believe it.
I can get out there even when the sun is high, and instead of directly gazing, I'm gazing at it via the gold, and it's amazing. I feel I'm getting all the benefits of sun gazing even through the gold. Yeah,
Well,
so
I'm 2 years into staring at the sun at noon whenever it's available, stuff like that. It like I said, I'm not going to say that this is applicable to everybody. I don't know what color eyes people have. I don't know what their skin tone is, what their racial background is. But me personally, I was really timid when I first started, so I was kind of like half-assing it. But over time, 'cause I started off, looking through tinted glass, and then looking through regular glass, and then just raw dogging it bare-eyed. And yeah, my vision has gotten so much better. It's kind of crazy. The improvements are mainly at night. Like my night vision is phenomenal now, and it's completely anecdotal. I can't prove it, but I never use flashlights anymore. I live on an island. There are no street lights or anything. It's a very rural area, but I'm pretty sure sun gazing had something to do with that, because my vision was not this good. It's always been 20/20, but it's way better now.
yeah, I think there's some kind of really interesting intelligence, if you will, for lack of a better word, that goes in through the eyes into the brain. Because remember, the eyes are supposed to be an extension of the brain, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I feel the sun has some kind of resetting power. It has like some programming, resetting power, because every time I sun gaze, like I go into these states of bliss. It's really amazing.
Oh yeah, it feels amazing, and I bet you don't get sick anymore either, right? I don't get sick anymore.
Well, I don't get sick really at all. I mean, the worst that'll happen is I might have like a cold or something, but maybe because I ate some ice cream, even though it was all organic, and because I'm pretty fanatic about eating really clean.
Yeah.
I shop organic and I don't eat processed food. So if I do, there's like one brand of ice cream that actually is clean, doesn't have garbage in it, but
Oh
it's
yeah.
still ice cream,
Yeah, I hear you. You guys distill all your water, drinking water?
Well, I don't know about distillation, but we have a reverse osmosis where I'm living. I just rent a room in a home and they have a reverse osmosis. And I know it's not a very good thing, but my kids, they bought me a present of that swirler thingy. I don't know if you
Oh
guys have
yeah.
seen it, but
Yeah, I got
for
one.
my
They're
birthday,
awesome.
yeah, for my birthday, my kids bought me that. They got me that swirler thingy, and I don't know if it's my imagination or what. But so anyway, so we have this filtered water, right? The reverse
Mhm.
osmosis, and then I put it through the swirler, and then I have this beautiful copper 1 liter container. So I put it in the copper.
Oh, nice.
And in the evening, I leave it by the window, so it gets really nice and cold. But the cold is like from nature, and
Yeah.
it's just so delicious. It's really nice.
Is it a Mayu swirler?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, those things are awesome. That water, the structured water, it's so much easier for our bodies to absorb. And like I say, I don't know if it's anecdotal. I don't know if there's evidence behind it, but it definitely does make a difference. But yeah, distilled water, city waters are pretty much all trash for the most part.
Oh yeah, I haven't drunk city water in forever. I mean, I would never drink city water. It's always had like a decent filter or whatnot, you know. But honestly, I think like it is important to make the effort to get the purest water. But I think in the end, if you hold the water and bless it, that's probably more powerful than anything else, you know.
It definitely works.
Wow, I can't do anything or see anyone. So I don't know who's on stage or who wants to speak, but I guess if you are, you are.
I was just gonna say, Rufus. I think you're spot on about
anything or see anyone. So I don't know who's on stage or who wants to speak, but I guess if you are, you are.
I was just gonna say, Rufus. I think you're spot on about cosmology and the fact that exosomes aren't the mechanism by which people become ill. But then I think sometimes we have to consider Occam's razor. And I think, your microwave is just 3 minutes slow. That's all.
Well, I get it. It's consistently slowing, and that's why I used multiple clocks to test this with. I haven't actually, tested it, written stuff down, times and exact seconds, but I just kind of eyeball it, and it's about 3 minutes, and it's across 3 different clocks, standalone clocks. So they're consistently 3 minutes behind every week and a half to 2 weeks. And maybe it is this. I have no problem accepting that it's just, I just thought it was kind of odd that it was multiple clocks that are doing it, but whatever.
Did we have a Glober join?
But I'll go ahead and agree with you.
Mr. Javier has had his hand up forever. Hello.
Who?
I'll go ahead and agree with
No, no, it's fine. They can go back and forth for a little bit. No rush.
Xavier. I was like, who did I miss? Sorry.
Javier, Mr. Javier, good to see you. Now, I was gonna say, Rufus, I'll agree with you about the distilled water. I've drank exclusively only distilled water for over a decade now, and 100% agree. It's the best thing I ever did for my health. Although I would say, if you're not, you need to be adding minerals like some good Celtic sea salt in every glass of water you're drinking.
Nah, bro, minerals go in the food, not in the water. Water should be pure. I get enough minerals through my food.
I drink local spring water, and then I heavily salt my food with pink salt.
However you get it.
Yeah.
I didn't expect any Globers to join. Thanks, Swallow.
Pizio.
What's up, Elaine?
Oh, whoa. Guess I'm gonna have to start pronouncing your name correctly.
Jesus, I didn't want you to return on me. Only I can do that, dude. Don't be ridiculous.
Nah.
He's like, how do you feel mispronouncing your name, dude? Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, I see it immediately. That's not cool. Oh, stop.
All right, I was semi-AFK for about 45 minutes or so. Where are we at, gentlemen?
Should probably stop talking about health-related stuff and get back into technology.
Are there any arguments, any grudging word fights to be had?
Well, we do have Swallow here. I do believe he is a proponent of globular theory, if I'm not mistaken. Swallow, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, I noticed the space, there's no fuckwits allowed, so I thought, well, why not put a fuckwit up on stage?
You were the only one to go against that recommendation, dude. Respect.
I like where your head's at.
Oh, well,
Do you want to talk about
I was just talking with Shane just before, and he was trying to propose the sun going around in circles, and I was like, well, you got to prove to me how it sets. And he got some sort of car park video, so it doesn't.
Can we talk about anything besides the horizon?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
Some physics, maybe.
Well, what about the four motions happening all at once at different velocities?
Yeah, I'm
Shane,
trying to.
maybe.
Sorry, I'm just trying to what do you call it? Aggregate that data, right? Because I
Oh,
started talking.
the single axis wobulation
Alan can't hear me, I don't think.
or single multi-axis
And then
wobulation.
I have a database page I'm
Well,
building on it.
I don't know all four of them, but I have a feeling that some of them's got to do with the ellipses sort of being a little bit off each year. But I don't know.
Well, hey, do you know where the ellipticity comes from in the path of the stars? Just as a side note, do you know why they think that, or why they base it on, or any of the underlying context?
Well, I would imagine that if you track it all year long, you would notice like a slight drift each year. So you would probably you would continue to take more data, and if you keep showing more drift, then I guess you've got to put that into the equations.
Are you guessing?
That would be my assumption. If they're saying there's a changing ellipse, then I would imagine that they'd be taking data sets all year long, and then the data set might show a small drift. That would be what I would assume.
That's a fair logical assertion if you didn't look into it at all and assume on the up and up that the people you were responding to were conducting science and doing things and experimentally. But it's actually all based from Kepler, which put ellipticity into the orbits, and then since then the math has been primarily ellipsoidal to make up for that. And then you have perigee, apogee, increasing, decreasing, sun seasons, all that following, trying to scramble to fit it in. Interestingly, though, if you do the math for the orbit and you do the perihelion difference, it's 3% off of perfectly circular. If you take the orbits from Stellarium or any programmer that collects data and exports them to any map, of course, you get the sinusoidal wave on the Mercator that indicates perfect circle almost on the AE, which how could it be a perfect circle if it's actually an ellipse?
Yeah, I mean what you said probably doesn't. Well, I'm perfectly fine with that, I guess. I don't really know what you mean by how it relates to AE, because I mean, sure, if Kepler's results are showing some sort of slight drift each year, then look, I'd be one to run it past what's observed. Is the stars that little bit different each year? That would be one I'd want to know. So. But how are you saying it's related to AE? Sorry.
Well, so the sun's path is what I was focusing on, because there's a misunderstanding of it's an ellipse. Everyone knows the Earth does an ellipse around the sun, giving us the inverse perspective of the sun doing it. Right? That's where the position of globality comes from. But interestingly, if you just take the data of where the sun is positionally using, say, any ephemeris, the heliocentric EP something, or the geocentric ephemerises, or any data collection set, it will show you the path of every planet. You have, Mars, Venus, Mercury. The paths can be exported and can be interpreted onto any map. You can choose any map, of course, because they're all projecting the same geographical long lat data. But if you project it on any map, the path is the same. It's always the same. It's an ellipse on 0 maps. It's a circle on every map. So why would we be doing math for ellipticity and all this perigee, apogee, furthest, min, max things if none of that's applicable in a path that's 3% off perfectly circular? What do you think? Does that matter?
Look, I mean, it's a lot to think about, I have to admit. Look, I would imagine that we there's no doubt that we observe everything from where we are on Earth. And so all our data set is going to be based on the ellipses and the paths that we find on Earth. How they compute it, I don't know. That's for the experts. It's not for me. I really couldn't surmise how they do it. But look, I'm sure they've sorted it out over the last 100 to 50 years or whatever. So I don't know.
But you know that when you throw stuff at flat earthers and they come back with a bunch of research, eloquent information, not rehearsed, that they obviously just pulled from the background, you're like, oh, I should ask a different question maybe? Or you're still like, he's retarded?
Well, no, we should not. Hey, whenever it comes to that sort of stuff, we should go and find a paper, because if you have a paper, I'll read it.
Will you? How many papers do you use? I'm just kidding.
Sure.
You have definitely
Send me papers. I've never been sent a paper before, so send me a paper. I'll have a read.
Have you clicked on a link? Sorry, dude.
Are you saying, just for all the listeners here, are you suggesting, Shane, that though in the Keplerian kinematics we model the path of, the sun and earth relative to one another elliptically, that it's just so happens coincidentally and mysteriously on an azimuthal equidistant projection to end up being like perfect circles, and that seems to point to the fact that it actually might just be a flat circle map.
The circles would comport with our understanding, certainly, but it's worse than that, dude. They don't do it that way. They don't just pretend that within respect to each other they're ellipsoidal. They can't do that within the coordinate system because of relativity. Heliocentrism has to equal geocentrism. So what they have to do, sadly, is create two very special, unique ephemeruses that are from a heliocentric position and are all based on the sun and moon ellipticity only. That is the only purpose. That is all they have them for. It is the only record of the sun's path. So you have to use the ellipse. They made it so you have to at least convert it and then convert it back to get any data from the sun because it's an ellipse. But to use it, it needs to be a circle. So that's interesting and a conundrum, isn't it?
So, whoa, you're saying that the reason that we have the what is it, the equinoxial wobble, is because the sun actually is making circular paths, but they need it to be ecliptical relative to the motion of Earth/Sun to each other. So in order to make it that way, they add a wobble.
Yes.
Will it go round in circles?
Dude, it happens actually that when they keep making stuff up on their wrong observations to inverse them for their model, right? Like for example, everyone knows Eratosthenes, right? Presumed parallel sun rays, took a measurement 800 kilometers away and discovered that, hey, that shadow isn't fully parallel. Therefore, the whole world in the galaxy is tilted. Not that light isn't parallel from the sun, it's that, well, the whole world must be tilted at 23.4 degrees, giving us our galactic ecliptic that forever since then, all the math works with, deals with, and comports to, right? But all that is based on this observation from a non-parallel light ray that, if you assumed isn't parallel, then you wouldn't have to assume that the whole world is tilted. You would see the sun orbits the earth at a tilted ecliptic. But that's one example of how they make observations, try to put them in their model, and then have to do more math to comport with the last thing, backwards compatible lore, etc.
So you're saying that it's not that the world's actually on like a 23.4-ish degree tilt. It's that there's a 23.4-ish degree offset between north and south on either side of the tropic lines that the sun passes through.
Well, that's, we're going to assume heliocentricity then, right? So like the sun has a tilt to its path over the earth, and then that affects the height at which it orbits, and that affects the distance at which we see it in our perspective bubble for sure, right? But it is circular. It's always been circular, and that little difference between north and their wobble, right? That's one of their wobbles they have to account for, which they only need the math for because they didn't correct the incorrect assumption back from Eratosthenes on parallel right? So every subsequent observation is a more complicated incorporation of the definitely ellipsoidal stuff that we have to keep using, and that's why they have 4 wobbles they have to explain.
Isn't it only possible to easily model one wobble to maximal difficulty model 2, and it's impossible past 2 wobbles to compile them on top of each other?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried it. I'm trying that right now. You're probably ahead of me on that one, dude. That makes sense.
Hey, can I just make one small comment?
Yeah, man.
Just 1 second. Like, is it not true that the sun does get, arc seconds bigger, at certain points of the year, and then get arc seconds smaller? So it actually does get bigger and smaller throughout the year.
Yeah, it changes.
That would bring on the question of whether or not it is in the ellipse and not in a perfect circle.
Right. That would be a basis for them assuming that. However, it would do the exact same thing if it's going further and nearer to you, that during the same periodicity comparatively annually. And what it does is change from 0.53 degrees to a couple hundredths of a second and then back again as it goes to its furthest point from you and then compared to its closest point. That's how they judge the size changing. And that's how they're like, oh, you know what that is? An ellipse. And it's like, oh, you know what, it also is definitely a perspective tracking perfectly concentric, circular path that changes from tropic to tropic.
So you're saying
but that also, you go.
Sorry, man. I'm just like re-summarizing what Shane is saying in like shorter bursts to try to make it more coherent for myself as a confirmation. You go ahead and ask your question, man.
like the only thing I was going to say was like, that the sun's angular size getting bigger, during one season and getting smaller during the other season. That's a whole 1 year kind of course, and maybe the actual. I'm curious as to whether or not the day when it's its biggest is on a particular day, like 1 day early each year and stuff like that. So I wouldn't mind knowing, but yeah.
Dude, why did I think you were a toxic douchebag at some point? How are you suddenly cordial and polite or whatever? Are you not the same?
We're talking about it. I said I was going to be the fuck up on stage, and that's what I am.
Yeah, but you're from Friday, right? Didn't you get the award for rage quitting as you rage quit and famously?
Yeah, that was a bit of fun. I hope you had a good laugh at that.
So I did. Some people were angry, and I was like, I don't think you guys get it. But
why would people be angry?
I thought it was
that was the thing. It was a whole setup. That's the thing. It was like getting an award for rage quitting and rage quit right at the second.
Clearly,
it was like it was a perfect joke.
Exactly, dude. I thought.
So if anyone got angry, that's on them.
But I think before that, I had you blocked for some reason, and I was like, I don't know what you did to be a dickhead, but it seems like you're being interactive now. It's fine.
I know why you're blocking me. I did this meme where I had these three guys kicking you down, and I put my head on it.
Oh no, I don't think I would have been concerned about that, dude.
Well, because I am actually talking to Shane now, or am I talking to someone else? Am I talking to Zion?
Who? No.
Who am I talking to Shane?
Who's Zion? Yes, by the way.
There's Zion Lion. Zion Lion was talking about 10 minutes ago. I don't know.
Oh, Zion Lion. Yeah, no, it's me. I'm Shane.
Okay. Yeah. Look, I mean, like, I love looking at the way the sun arcs over. I mean, I even took a video of when I was in the States and in El Salvador. It's something which I am very fond of, and like I see, when you did the Walter Brisland's thing, I was like, you do realize light just does not bend that much. Light might bend like maybe half a degree, maybe 1 degree max, something like that, but it doesn't bend 180 degrees. So that was probably where I was fighting you on things.
Well, light bending isn't really the point of the model. Right? If you put that data on any of the 201 available projections, he would only have to bend light for the AE map, and that's retarded because of the same category. They're all equal. Same data has the same the difficulty, the same distance. So, like, clearly, it's an AE. Well, no, it's retarded on this one group of azimuthal equidistant direction preserving, but not the other group. But it's like that's not how maps work, man. That's not how it works at all.
So I would agree, obviously, that the AE map doesn't work in this particular instance. So what does?
The point is, it can't work on one variant of an azimuthal equidistant projection and not another variant of an azimuthal equidistant projection, right? Or it can't even work on a conical projection if it doesn't work on an equal area. They're all displaying the geographical long lat coordinate system, which means the original data is unchanged no matter how you're projecting it, right? Do you agree?
Sorry, my son was talking to me at that time, but I think I generally agree. So I'd have to listen back, but yeah. I don't think you are recording. Yeah,
I'm doing lots of presentations on this specifically. So there is no like different map. That's the same. All maps project geographic coordinate systems called the graticule. It's the long lat. So unless you're projecting a different set of coordinates, nothing will change. And the fact that we quibble about, one projection of the data versus another projection of the data when they're visually and distantly scaling all things, it's always the same, is silly. So to say bendy light on this map, not bendy light on that map is equally silly.
Have you tested on a globe map?
Have I tested
like
it
one
on
that's a physical globe?
Are you talking about the path of light distribution on a globe, or what specific phenomenon?
Yes.
Have I tested?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you tested those light rays on something that is fully orb shaped?
Light rays. How much light ray testing do you think I did for the JavaScript model of business?
I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. I'm only just asking right now. So
no, it's modeling simply at one elevation all the way through. We're not projecting light ray interface like a high-end graphics card to get shading. It's doing something very, very simple in that regard. It's not doing any sort of light ray anything, right? The fact that Biz doesn't even put that in there is questionable. What it does is show a projection of the data from timeanddate.com. So observational eternal. Sunset, sunrise, twilight, all that stuff is from everywhere, all over the world, can't be faked. They take that data, they project it onto a globe, Mercator, equal area, doesn't matter, the same data is there. So when you take that data, put it on the AE and it makes that shape, you're like, that's wrong. And it's weird to say that because, again, same data from all the other maps can't be wrong on this one unless it's wrong everywhere, and vice versa.
Yeah, I would agree because I've pulled data off time and date before, and I've checked for sunsets around my local area and stuff like that. I'm pretty happy with the arcs and the positions that things turn up. It might be about like less than 1% wrong sometimes, but I think that's just up to the observer, maybe turning up at the wrong time or something like that. But yeah.
Yep, dude, Suncalc and Stellarium I trust implicitly at this point. I've used it since I became a flat earther. I've been pulling data from there. I trust it now because it's never proven me wrong so far. And I've been wary the whole time. Like, you gonna lie to me? Nope, looks good. Looks solid and original to me every time. So timeanddate.com and Stellarium, to my experience, are completely trustworthy.
Dude, you should when you get a bit of time, you should have a look at some of my drawings that I've done on my page. So
really,
anyway, my son's calling me. I gotta go and see him. 1 sec.
You have drawings? He does actual stuff? Does anyone know this? I can't.
Yes, I do drawings on my own website. Yeah.
All right. Oh, that explains your art. All right, that's cool. Oh, but he's posting about Bitcoin, so we have to excommunicate you immediately. Sorry.
So Swallow, as far as light dispersion goes over the AE map, there is the caustic dispersion as you get closer to the southern regions, which, dependent upon exactly the distance from the southern tropic, it does this kind of like reach out and wrap around thing. But on the globe, that's like supposedly explained by the Earth's tilt. However, when you compare the globe, you should expect to see the same exact thing in north and south because the light would be the same. But what we see is that regardless of what the light's doing, you're getting a huge difference in temperature. Like the south is a huge wasteland of ice, and they say that the north is just like empty water with a few icebergs here and there. What do you think would account for that massive discrepancy in the actual topology, given the supposedly equal light dispersion?
Sorry, I did actually walk away to go off and see my son, as I've just said before. I only heard some of what you said, and he does want a bit of my attention. Look, as far as I don't really understand some of the things because I was obviously only half listening, but I would think that the ice levels come down to the certain latitude as well, depending on the season. I would think that Antarctica's icebergs should be roughly at the same time of the same type of season. But anyway, I got to get back to what my son was talking about. So talk amongst yourselves for a sec, okay? All right, thanks.
Well, that would be logical under what a globe ought to do, but it's just not what it actually does. The ring of ice of the outer border edge of Antarctica extends into 60-something degrees south, and its overall average elevation of the entire continent is somewhere around 8,000 or 9,000 feet above sea level. The entire continent averages out to that. Like most other continents on Earth are, within a couple 100 feet above sea level, and Antarctica is like 8,000-9,000, just massive block of ice. That is nothing like the North. I know you're not listening, but to everybody else that's listening, like that's actually a big problem topologically speaking for the globe, because between winter summer you should get equivalent effects on both sides, and they should end up being the same, but they're not. I don't know. What do you think, Stone? I think that's a problem for the spinny ball.
Actually, I wasn't quite there. I was probing through the list to see who's in the space right now. You want to run it by me again?
You require symmetry? Why do you think that should be symmetrical? Because of their belief in perfect spheres and dedicating everything to that exact principle.
The fact that there is a massive discrepancy in topology between the North and South. in the Arctic versus Antarctic regions of relative open sea with a few patches of ice here and there in the north, whereas in the south it's like an average 8 to 9,000 feet above sea level of just giant ice everywhere, an
Gotcha.
entire continent.
You mean topography, but I get exactly what you mean. And not only that, the climates are also vastly different. The temperatures on average are about 10 or 11 degrees Celsius apart. I did all the time and date hunting for, putting those two climates together into a video. And you'll find that on BitChute. You'll find that on my very own channel on Telegram. It's a couple of thoughts about climate, north versus south on Earth, and how there is no similarity between them, exactly as you cite, that they are vastly different topographies and vastly different climates. It's just amazing that globies can't see it.
Yeah, that's a good one, and be able to hide that, right? It's like, hey, you know how their antipodal points are identical, and it's like, no, the opposite of that. What? Nah, it'll be fine. We'll work it out.
And if you think about physically why that would happen, right? If you look at an azimuthal equidistant projection, the north's in the center. So at any given time of year, summer or winter, no matter where the sun is around the center, it's the same distance from the center. But for the south, when the sun goes on the other side of the north relative to that point in the south, it gets a lot farther away from that particular part of the south. So for like half of a day, that part of the south is like extra far away and extra cold. And then it comes back around and then, gets back to normalization the other half the day. But that leaves each part of the south respectively throughout the entire year, half the day it gets colder. And that cumulative effect over, time is what allows for that ice buildup around the south. Whereas in the north, there's always an equidistant spacing away from the sun, so it maintains a consistent temperature.
I even see a little bit of offset in what I'm seeing here. That just like Swallow pointed out, that the angular size does change, but it gets larger apparently as it moves towards Capricorn, and I think that ties in geometrically to angular change, which is constant. It's 15 degrees per hour regardless of season. So necessarily, the sun's GP is covering more ground, theoretically, per hour. And like you say, only so much radiation coming from the sun per second. It strikes me as logical that you would want to bring the heat source a little closer to the surface if it's moving across the surface, so to speak, more quickly at that part of the year, even though it's winter up north. And that is the point. So I kind of see the sun ecliptic more as a conical shape over the entire year, that as it approaches Cancer, its angular size decreases, which to me, in apparent terms, means that the source is a little farther away because it's covering less ground in total in a 24-hour arc. That as we move towards Capricorn, lots more ground to cover, a lot less time spent over any particular piece. You're going to want to have a little more radiation as it goes by just to offset that. And I think that ties together.
You're saying a cone like with the point pointing towards the sky above the North Pole?
Yeah, exactly. Cone centered on Polaris. Yeah, inverted up. You got it. So that when it's out towards Capricorn, it's lower. That would be the base of the cone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
kind
got
of like that.
Well, if you have something like that going on, right, even with the moon, the sun, also, the planets, what you would end up with if you start adding elevation in, because when we look at the AE projection just from a top down view, we just get flat circles and your little spirographs. But if you add in the third dimension, the z-axis, and there you allow for variation in the z-axis and tilt, then as these objects move around and they go further in and out north and south through this toroid or whatever, you would actually be able to have them making perfect circles all the time, but the circles would be able to tilt. And so from a top down view, it looks like they're doing loop-de-loops, but really the actual plane of their circular orbit is just angling itself as they move across the surface of the toroid. So you could even the circles that Shane was talking about earlier versus ellipses, you could actually model everything in terms of circles if you have the plane of the circle tilting. Um, we're just not able to see that from a
Right.
top-down projection.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
That would be precession. Yeah.
Also, I got a whole bunch of sun pics on exactly what we were describing, right? And I'll throw it in the Jumbotron. I tend to do that a lot and never say it, right? I'm like, oh, let me collect everything we're talking about and then silently leave it alone. My stream gets to see it. But dude, the whole globe model is based on that observation, right? Look at the sun, how it forms a circle over us. Look how it has an ecliptic. Look how it's lower in the sky and it appears. That whole thing is how they got globularity, right? The whole thing about Eratosthenes was, hey, I measured the circumference, and no one stopped to ask of what. Circumference of what? Oh, well, the thing we're standing on, obviously. What? Or like it could be mathematically identical to the limit of your vision, which isn't infinite. You know how you don't see the whole sky? You know that, right? Other people see a different part. Well, then your version or your limit, the amount that you see is equal everywhere you go. And what happens if that's just the circumference of the limit of your vision? And that would be exactly the same, right? So that's what Eratosthenes, I think, came up with. But they just inverted that on purpose and then aggressively misapplied the interpretation of that circumference to get us where we are.
Well, okay, so the path that the sun's taking along what they would say is a circumference or what we would say is just concentric circles, regardless, like the path that it takes, it's always the same number of degrees with respect to time, but it's a different number of statute miles on an AE projection. And we wouldn't be able to physically measure this since it's in the sky and we're just all mapping lat long angles all the time. However, what we would be able to measure is time, because distance over time, right? Like if even if the distance is a factor that's mapped to the sky, time is absolute. So if we were to take like spring and autumn equinoxes or summer and winter solstices, for example, and we were to, like, on the solstices, I guess would be better, we were to map the amount of time at any given point uh, of latitude north or south. Let's the same number. Let's say we go 23.5 north and 23.5 south on each of the respective solstices, and we time the length of twilight at each of those points on a globe. 23.5 north on the summer equinox should be the equivalent amount of twilight time as 23.5 south on the winter equinox. But is that what we see in reality?
No. And Jaron was somebody who was getting tight with somebody in Australia months ago and pointed it out in debate on one of his broadcasts that, twilight seems to be a much quicker thing down south when summer should be summer. And it's not the way we experience summer in the north at all. Yeah, it's quite different.
Yeah, I kind of wonder about this this claim that twilight is different for me down the south versus you guys in the north. I would imagine that twilight should be somewhat the same. And I mean, what your test before, where you were quoting, how many, hours and minutes it takes from the from my sunset all the way to the sunset, and then trying to calculate the time. You need some southern data like from me.
Okay, well, I can speak from personal experience because I was born in Vancouver, BC, and that's up at 49 north. And, from birth, I learned just through experience exactly how long twilight takes. That affects your life. How long you have before the sun goes down to go do something else before dad or mom calls you in for dinner or whatever. You get to learn that as a kid. It becomes just the way reality is. And then I moved to New Zealand and lived there for 4 or 5 years. And now I live in Uruguay and I've been here for 7 or 8 years. And I can tell you, it's not the same. My wife remarks about it still to this day. Like it just sun's up, sun's down. Oh my God, it's dark now. We better get the cats in quick before the foxes come out of the woodwork. You know what I mean? It's It's that sudden, and that's nothing like we experienced living in Vancouver. Like, I can just tell you
Actually,
that right off the bat.
I now that now that you said that, it does make me actually think. I actually do take that back. If you're in the same location, I reckon your twilights will always be the same. But what you were saying right there is probably the key. Actually, is that depending on where you are. So you said you were at 49. I don't know what the latitude of where you were in New Zealand and in Uruguay, but I would imagine that, let's say, if you were right on the equator, the twilight probably is super fast. Whereas if you were up at that 49 degree, the twilight must be very, very slow. So I guess maybe it actually depends on your actual latitude. I'm kind of curious now. You've sparked my interest to find out how long a twilight is at 50 degrees, 40 degrees, 30, 10, and 20, and
Okay,
0.
great. You asked the question, here comes the answer, and I'm quantifying for you that in New Zealand, I was at 45 south. I lived at the south end of Lake Wakatipu, which is where Queenstown is, roughly, 2/3 of the way down north-south, and I lived at the south end at 45. And in Uruguay, I live at 34.5. And I think the only difference in terms of topography between the two is that in the New Zealand side, at the end of the lake, we had mountains to the west and mountains to the east. So for larger parts of the year in winter seasons, our day, our sunlight part of the day was as little as 8 hours, 6 hours, it seemed like.
So you were
But
so when you were in New Zealand, you were in a bit of a bucket to some degree.
only when I'm at home. And that topography
Yeah.
changes dramatically as few as 55 kilometers in any direction, which you find
Yeah,
yourself
but if
going on
you
a
went up to
weekly
the top
basis.
of the hill, you probably get a more of a bet. If you were on top of the hill, just on the crest, you probably might get a bit of
Yeah.
a better idea of what the twilight actually is for
Well,
that particular
that's the thing
location.
is we did do that as well. There are a lot of different ski hills outside of Queenstown, up in the hills, in the mountains, on the tops. And yeah, we were there for a few nights too. And it's not a difference actually being down low and being up there. That's not something you notice because it's about twilight, not about sunlight. It's about how fast things go from the moment the sun appears to disappear below the horizon into the horizon, however you want to phrase it, and when it's actually dark and you're noticing moonlight more and that kind of thing afterward. That length of time is far shorter, I find, in both locations at 45 and 34.5 south than anything I experienced um, up in the north. And again, I have um, relatives down in LA, and that again is around 34, 35. It's about the same um, latitude as Auckland and where I'm at now, south. And again, I can tell you, it's it's just not the same. So I would suggest, even invite you to travel north, man. Go and see it for yourself, and
Well,
then get back to me.
obviously the quickest. Sorry, the obvious quickest way for me to do this is just go on the Time and Date website, go in there, plug them all into Excel, and then find a result. But no,
Yes.
I was in LA about 2 months ago, and I was doing a sunset video, and I pretty much packed up and left because it took too damn long. I had to go and catch a plane. So I have traveled to these places, but yeah, obviously the fastest way to do it is to get an Excel document out, punch in time and date things, and then compare. Very
Well,
interesting.
that's actually
Would
where this started. Jaron was doing that in the beginning, connecting with this Australian. The first place he would go is timeanddate.com to chart that out first and notice that the numbers are different and then confirm it with, for example, a guy in Australia who can say, oh, yeah, it happens pretty quick here. And that's what I'm trying to tell you has been happening for me here, that it's far quicker than anything I experienced in the first 4 decades of my life.
Wait, is
And now I'm here. It's just so different.
time and date not accurate then, representing that stone? Because I just went to
Well,
find a
no,
video of
I'm
it, and
I'm
exactly.
thinking that Jaron saw that it is accurate and it does
Oh,
match my experience. I think
okay.
that's what really sparked the entire conversational vector for Jaron. Yeah.
And what
Well,
he was saying is
see,
what we already did. I put it in the jumbotron. There you go. But you should do it too.
See, yeah, I think we're going to get the timer out. We actually have to get a stopwatch, and like I don't know if obviously the general probably use the timer, but yeah, we need to be accurate and not be based on gut feeling. But I'd like to say I did stay in Sweden there for a few months at one point in time, and I was out at the club at 3 a.m. And it was still twilight. So there are times up in mid Sweden where the sun would have set, but it's twilight all night long.
Have a peek at the one Shane posted second most recently. So dot number 2, where we're looking at a timedate.com at about 10 and a half, I got maybe 30 seconds in. What is this? 9, 10, 15, 10, 20 seconds in, that kind of thing, into 11-minute video. And you'll notice that the lines, as we get up to North America, the slightly shaded to more shaded to more shaded to dark, those are actually a little more spread apart than they are down south. What do you think about that?
I'm assuming you're talking about the one which is 4 from the right. I thought it was very 4 from the left because I just saw a J space one. I'm looking at something where there's an orange ball that's wobbling.
No, this is the
Is
time and date
that wrong?
shot. It's dot number 2 out of everything that's up there. Go all the way to the left and then once to the right. This will be called the Terminator line problem from Shane.
Yeah, my second one says J space. Where is J space on your particular jumbotron?
Yeah, I think it might be different for everyone, so I'm not sure if that's the universal way to compare it.
Okay, so go to the left.
I got Mr. Xavier's, and then I got J space, and then I've got Zetetics.
Yeah.
And then I got Shane's on 4th.
You want to go left, 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 and left. And
Got
you'll
Toby,
find one.
and then I got
the title of it is the
Meister.
Terminator line problem. It's a Shane post. It's an 11-minute video, 11 minutes, 4 seconds. The Terminator line problem.
Yeah, sorry, man. It's not coming up. I don't
I'm
know.
gonna post.
I'm not getting it.
Yeah. Hey, I've got
I'm
two
not
cities.
getting it.
I've got 2 cities that are the same north and south latitude. How do I use time and date to find twilight hours?
They're in the top tabs. It's all by subject. It's pretty easy to find.
Most of the time, you can see it in the sunset sunrise thing, and it'll show graphs. I'm not getting this on. It has not come up on my jumbotron at all. Sorry.
Huh. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I did tweet it at you though, so if you want to check that.
So check your own notifications then, Swalla, and you'll see it from Shane.
Okay, this is an 11 minute long video. What do you want me to do with that? Because you want me to go away and come back?
No, just take it to 20 seconds into that 11-minute video. Anywhere around there.
Okay.
You're looking at a time and date with 2 vertical lines drawn across South America and Russia, east of India. You see it with the 2 yellow vertical lines?
Yeah, I got the 2 yellow lines. Well, so what's that supposed to mean?
Africa's dark. North America is half light, half dark. Okay, great. So
yes.
Now look up where the Great Lakes are in North America, underneath Hudson Bay, and look at the distance between the shaded areas, how thick they are, and then go down to, the bottom third.
Yeah, I would.
Looking at, and they're closer together. That's all I'm trying to point out.
Yeah,
and
I totally agree.
And because right now,
yeah, I totally agree. Up where the Great Lakes are, the twilight shading areas, the patches, are more widespread, completely.
I think what we're going to find is that this shot, I'm thinking, is fairly summerish for us. That, all of Antarctica supposedly is lit up here in this particular frame. So this is looking like something end of the year, calendar year, or beginning of the calendar year-ish, in terms of when during the year this picture was taken, when this image is from. regardless of time of day.
Well, it clearly looks like December.
Hey?
I said it clearly looks like December or like January.
Exactly. It looks like noon in Alaska right now where the sun is. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing that at this time of year, twilight especially is shorter in the south than it is up top. And this is graphic evidence of that.
Yeah, but can Shane also go back and then flip the time back to June as well? That's an interesting comparison.
I mean, yeah, dude, the whole video you should check out. Though I put a bunch of screenshots too in Telegram, and he does the actual data comparison at the end with seconds. He does 4 spots within America though, and he picks corresponding points, and then he takes the time difference depending on the northern portion versus the southern portion and checks for symmetry, right? And it turns out it's not symmetrical at all, just like we've been saying. It's exactly not that symmetrical. It's like the inversely symmetrical, so it's exactly what we would expect. But it's tough to convey that without all the visuals and models that's in that video.
Well, the thing is too, right, is the fact that this particular map is printed on printed on a Mercator map, and everyone knows the Mercator map is not any reference of correct scale to anything at all, because obviously, yeah, Greenland is not the size of Africa and stuff.
But the least amount of distortion on a Mercator is across the equator, right? Allegedly.
Yes.
That, but it's actually curving more now. There's
The
no
equator
east-west.
should be
Like I said,
the
perfect
most
cities
accurate. The
and what we will
tops
see
and bottoms
is
are
that this is
obviously
actually
out of
curving.
whack.
Okay, so that's why the analysis that I'm talking about is focused actually towards the center of the path of the sun here, towards the center, the equator. This is why I didn't suggest I take your view any farther north than the Great Lakes. Right? And you're still seeing it right there.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
As long as we understand each other.
Yeah, I'm fully with you. Look, I would also think that most of these twilight lines, right? These bands of twilight lines, I would say my bet would be that they would be actually perfectly equal when wrapped around the globe that was in that black and white spinning globe that Shane's got in there.
Well,
that each one of these bands would be like an equal, 250 miles or whatever it is that they actually are.
So that
when you're going from Mercator to globe, Shane's going to correct you that there actually is,
you got it, man. You got it.
Here we go. No, I'm gonna put my word on it that each of those bands will be equal on the actual globe map.
Well, so they're being displayed. This is displaying the same data. So whether you put it on a Mercator or you put it on an equal area and they get, equidistant in the middle and ruin the cone, the poles, or they get distorted in some way, the only distortion is visual. The actual data is the same. What we're looking at is the separation between the twilight, right? So that's not going to change on any map. It's going to display the same separation differently. So if you're more comfortable looking at it one way, that doesn't subjectively change the data, though. Even if you put it back on the globe, it'll represent the same separation, right? And someone actually did that to this video. The response is, I put it back on the globe and it looks, this way. And he's like, yeah, that's not the point at all. It's, again, it can be displayed in any projection equally. It doesn't really make a difference. Whether that's the actual degree, the actual position, I don't know, but that's the consistent X everyone always compares it to.
Well, from what I've looked up, the band is supposed to be every 6 degrees. So for every 6 degrees you go over the edge of the backside of the globe, that's where you get each twilight change. That's what I've read.
You know what you should do, Swahal, is you should be our southern point to get the data for this, and you can help us do a better version of this. I'll do the northern version, you do the southern, and we'll make a nice spreadsheet. What do you think?
Yeah, what latitude are you at?
I'm at 38. What latitude are you?
34.5.
Ooh.
Close, but not quite perfect.
No, we're both south.
I think
is up north.
I think I'm more in line with people like in the San Francisco region. I don't know.
I'd say
maybe Denver.
Oh man, 41. Yeah, we need symmetry.
Oh, that's a good test. 3 degrees off is pretty good, man.
right? I think we should do it. Plus, I love spreadsheets, so I want to make my own.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, that's a good argument that no one ever talks about. That I think we should bring up more. The Terminator line. There's the length of dusk in Twilight versus the latitudes and how it doesn't match anything symmetrically. That symmetry problem comes up an awful lot, dude. It's like, hey, everything is symmetrical because the longitude lines that we make everything on YouTube say it is, and everyone's like, yep. And so what about the magnetic field? Nope. What about daylight? Nope. What about Terminator line? Nope. What about seasons? Nope. How about snow, ice, water, cold, temperature, anything? Nope.
The only thing I can say, which would be very, very difficult, is it's all up to interpretation. So
Yo, I apologize for the abrupt stop there. I'll go ahead and drop a link to space audits in the chat. I am going to go ahead and cut my stream for the night. I am incredibly tired. But let me go ahead and just drop the space audits chat in case you want to keep going and listen. You want to go and listen over there. Usually goes pretty late into the night. You could also try Shane's stream out. But yeah, thanks everyone for listening in, and take care. Let me get this dropped. Give me just one moment. No lie, I honestly was so tired I kind of forgot I was streaming for a second there. There we go. I just dropped that in the YouTube chat. And yeah, take care, y'all.